Add a touch of style to your bathroom with Pace. This 30-inch St. Clair vanity comes in a white finish, only $139. The 30-inch Sienna Birch vanity in a dark cinnamon finish, $239.
Save big money at Menards. Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I scream it too. There's nothing that, there ain't nothing that I need.
Well, holy moly, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I never loved one like you.
Oh, let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would. $120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac?
Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
We head over the Roebling Suspension Bridge from Kentucky into downtown Cincinnati, Ohio for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs wrap up this road trip tonight. It's actually the rubber game of the trip. They're 3-3 so far as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. Hi again, everyone. Along with Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. It is cooled off, but clear skies above. The Cubs trying to earn a split in this four-game series, and they'll ask Starlin Castro just to pile up a couple more hits tonight.
Just do what he always does. Starlin Castro has had an unbelievable season this year. Goes without saying, creeping up on the 200 hit mark on the season. He's really hit well against the Reds. Only the Pirates, opponent the Cubs have played many times this year. He has more hits against the Pirates than the Reds, but he loves to see those big red C's on the opposing uniform.
And when he gets to 200 hits, he'll be the youngest Cub ever to reach that milestone in a single season. Let's talk about the starting pitchers. Randy Wells in by far the best stretch of the season for him. He's won 5 straight decisions.
It makes you wonder what if Randy hadn't injured himself after his first start of the season, because once he got his arm back into game shape, he has been really good down the stretch, including a 4-0 record in his last 6 starts.
Homer Bailey will go for the Reds. He's missed 2 months plus due to shoulder issues, so this is only his 20th start, but he's coming off a really good one.
A good outing against Colorado. The Cubs have done well against Homer Bailey. He's 2-2 lifetime with an ERA of nearly 7 against the Cubs.
It's been a struggle for the Cubs against the Reds this season. They're 7-10 versus Cincinnati, including just 2-6 here at Great American Ballpark. Well, they hope not to see good defense like that again from Juan Francisco. Ramon Hernandez, a big home run last night. We'll have Game 4, Cubs and Reds, next.
You think you colder than me? Turn on the radio, me. Turn on the TV, me. Turn on the movies, me. So what you got?
Coors Light?
Don't mean nothing.
Ice Cube is cold, but Coors Light is super cold.
Oh, it's on now.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Following any disaster, families are important and time is of the essence. When your family's well-being is affected, call PuroClean, where our first priority is you and your family. PuroClean's team of professionals will respond promptly with trust, compassion, and respect. PuroClean will do whatever it takes to help families through a stressful time by getting their lives back to normal as quickly as possible. Putting families first in Iowa City, Cedar Rapids, and the surrounding areas. Time matters when families are affected, so call us at 319-432-6411. PuroClean, the paramedics of property damage.
You should have seen these guys. It was like the stock market going down 1,000 points in 1 hour.
It might have.
These guys in the MGM Grand Sportsbook. Reggie Miller, are you kidding me? Killing us in New York.
But what if you had Indiana?
True, if you had Indiana, but you know what? This was New York money.
Right. Only on Mediacom Sports.
A victory tonight in Cincinnati would give the Cubs a winning road trip. Randy Wells gets the ball in the series finale. First pitch from Cincinnati is coming up. Mark Shanowski back in our Comcast Sportsnet studio will rejoin Len and Bob at the Great American Ballpark in just a couple of minutes. But first, this Sportsnet Central update. Brian Urlacher was back at Hallis Hall today as the Bears get ready to face the New Orleans Saints Sunday at the Superdome. Urlacher had left the team to be with his family after his mother died suddenly on Monday. His teammates were stunned to see him back.
I was surprised, but, you know, I don't know what he's thinking because I don't even know what kind of situation it is, but, I mean, I feel for him.
Just a sad case, man. I didn't expect to see him back as fast, but, you know, like I told him, you know, we're all praying for him, and we're all in this corner. We're there if, you know, if he needs us.
Brian's a warrior, you know. I mean, I don't even know how I would even handle that if I even lost, you know, just a family member, let alone, you know, my mother. So, I mean, I reach out to him, you know, I feel it's just a tough situation, but, you know, he's amazing for being back here already.
Remember, we've got complete coverage of the Bears and Saints Sunday on Bears Postgame Live. Pat Boyle, Dan Jiggets, Jim Miller, and Howard Griffith break down all the key plays. Plus, they'll bring you news conferences with Lovie Smith and Jay Cutler. Kip Lewis handles the locker room reaction, and you can join the discussion in our interactive chat. It's all on Bears Postgame Live Sunday following our Cubs coverage right around 4:30. We got a busy night coming up here on Comcast Sportsnet. After the Cubs and Reds, David Kaplan, Todd Hollandsworth are here for Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live. Then we'll join the White Sox and Royals in progress from Kansas City. That game can be seen in its entirety on Comcast Sportsnet Plus. After White Sox Postgame Live, Sarah Kustak will join me for Sportsnet Central. Then Pat, Lance Briggs, and Tom Thayer preview the Bears-Saints matchup on Countdown to Kickoff. It's all coming up tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet. That is going to do it from here after a break. Len Casper and Bob Brenly have the call of the series finale between the Cubs and Reds. Enjoy the baseball tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound-dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
The home side is something going on across. Some watch simply for the love of the game. I'm a big guy. Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live. As it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular foot-long subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T U-verse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
of a sudden it feels like fall is here. It has really cooled off in Cincinnati. We did eventually get rain last night, and it rained all night, but clear skies. We should be in good shape here tonight as the Cubs and Reds wrap up a long 18-game season series. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup written out by Mike Quaddy. Castro, Barney, Ramirez at the top. Pena, LaHare getting the nod in left with Bird in center. Tyler Colvin's in right. Coy Hill will catch tonight for the starter, Randy Wells.
Let's take a look at the Reds defensively tonight. It'll be Yonder Alonso in left, Drew Stubbs in center, Chris Heisey getting the start in right field tonight. Frazier, Yanish, Phillips, and Votto across the infield, third to first. Ryan Hannigan doing the catching tonight for right-hander David, better known as Homer Bailey. Talked briefly about Homer Bailey earlier, coming off a real good outing against the Colorado Rockies. Features a fastball, a slider, a curve, and a splitter. See his numbers on the season. As Len mentioned, a shortened season because of some shoulder issues. Still considered to be a big-time prospect within the Reds organization.
25 years old, 6'3", 202 pounds. Umpires tonight, Paul Emmel, Michigan native, went to Central Michigan University, now lives in Florida. They'll handle the plate. Rob Drake, Al Porter, and Gary Darling, the crew chief, around the bases. Starlin Castro will lead it off. Next time after tonight, we see the Reds, at least in the regular season, as they now do train in Arizona. It'll be April 20th at Wrigley Field, 2012. And we're underway. Ball one. Bailey didn't have a good grip on that new baseball. It's 61, and by the time we finish tonight, we'll certainly be in the mid to upper 50s. Outside, 2-0.
Ryan Hannigan getting the nod behind the plate tonight for the Cincinnati Reds, their third starting catcher in the 4-game series. That's a position of depth, I believe, for the Cincinnati Reds. Devin Mesoraco caught the first couple games. He appears to be their catcher of the future. Ramon Hernandez, the veteran catcher, still here. Hannigan still here. And they have another young catcher, Yasmani Grandal, on the way up. So that figures to be a position of strength for the Reds moving forward.
Bailey with a 2-1, and that's hit foul out of play on a rising fastball. 2-2. Castro leading the National League not only in hits with 192, but leading in multi-hit games with 54. He leads in 3-hit games with 21.
He can hit. That's my expert analysis.
Yeah. Brandon Phillips will retire Starlin Castro for the first out.
Last night we were concerned about getting on the board first. Of course, it did not happen with the Ramon Hernandez 3-run homer in the second inning before the Cubs could get on the board. But we had some weather issues last night. Doesn't appear to be a factor tonight. Will be chilly. Could be breezy at times, but it should be dry.
It's a Gold Star night. Chilly.
Ooh, very nice. Although the Skyline fans are going to be upset with you, but
outside. 1-1 to Darwin Barney. One of the things in the offseason for Darwin might add a little muscle, a little weight. He has lost about 15 pounds this season as he drives one to left.
Extra 15 pounds, that ball probably gets out of here.
I don't know if the Cubs really, Bob, want him to muscle up per se, but that's a lot of weight to drop. when you come in, what, 170 something?
Yeah. Not uncommon for a catcher to lose that kind of a weight over the course of a season, especially if you have a long, hot summer. But for a middle infielder or any other position for that matter, that's a considerable weight drop.
Yeah, you referred to his name, David Bailey, as he gives up a 2-out single to Aramis Ramirez. Kind of an interesting nickname for a pitcher, Homer. We've alluded to Bob Walk, former big league pitcher. Homer Bailey. There's some fun ones.
He's nicknamed Homer after his great-grandfather, and I would assume that when that name was hung on him, they didn't realize he was going to be a major league pitcher. Yes. Otherwise, they would have nicknamed him Double Play Bailey.
Right. Strikeout Bailey. He was their #1 prospect 3 straight years. 05, 06, 07 as Pena looks at a strike. One of Menard's big lumber stat. Carlos Pena this year facing the Reds in this ballpark for the first time, and he likes some Great American Ballpark.
And why not? Every hitter likes to hit here. We talked about it in the first game of the series. Real good batter's eye in center field. You seem to pick up the pitches extremely well. Not a whole lot of foul territory, and the ball really seems to fly out of this ballpark. You see, they won it up, they got it up. Pena just could not lay off that 90-mile-per-hour fastball up above the top of the zone.
0-2, curveball outside. Just underway. Ramirez singled with 2 outs and a 1-2 count on the Cubs cleanup man with Brian LaHare on deck.
The first pitch of the ball game got through. Ryan Hannigan at home plate was slow reacting to a pitch in the dirt. This one very nearly gets through. Hit him in the chest protector. Tried to get behind his leg, but able to stay with it and hold Ramirez at first base.
He's run it full, 3-2. Votto will play behind the runner Ramirez at first, and Aramis will go with this 3-2 with 2 down. There's a deep drive to center. Drew Stubbs is just going to watch it go over the batter's eye. We have seen some mammoth home runs in this series. There's another one. Wow. A 2-run shot. That's his 28th.
I'm not even sure what they call that area of the ballpark, but our HP home run replay, it lands up there. Man, straightaway center field. Stubbs went back on the ball like he had a play initially, pulled up on the warning track. He had no chance on that ball. Way out of here to straightaway center.
Did we say he likes this ballpark?
Yes, we did. Well, and that's the thing about this ballpark. You don't have to pull the ball to hit it out of the park. We've seen some opposite field home runs from both teams in this series. We just saw a monster blast to straightaway center. Everything is in play here at Great American Ballpark if you hit it well and get it up in the air.
Hit it onto the boat.
Yeah. The party boat out there in center field.
Brian LaHare could probably reach that distance. 461 feet, the estimated distance. Three and one on LaHare. That's a strike. Full 3-2.
That's one of the differences Brian LaHare is going to discover in his go-round at the major league level. On 3-1, you don't always get a fastball. Homer Bailey dropping a curve right in there for a called strike, running the count full.
Base hit Brian LaHare. He's hit in all 9 in which he's had a plate appearance as a Cub.
I just love Brian LaHare's swing mechanically. He's very quick for a big man, can get to inside pitches, but even more so, Lenny, he has a very calm demeanor when he's at the plate. You don't see any tension in his face. You don't see him squinting to look out at the pitcher. I don't know whether that's confidence or relaxation or focus. Whatever it is, he projects confidence in his own ability.
So Bailey, who had allowed 2 first-inning runs his first 19 starts combined, has already given up 2 tonight. Marlon Byrd out into deep center. Stubbs back on the warning track. Gone. 4-0. Couple of 2-run homers to center for the Cubs right off the bat.
Just a meatball to Marlon Byrd. Apparently the Reds don't have an advanced scouting department because Marlon Byrd swings at the first pitch almost every at bat. Our HP home run replay, the second 2-run homer of the first inning, just into the Reds bullpen in left center field.
His 8th. Tyler Colvin. Awkward swing. All this happened after Castro and Barney made outs. Single by Ramirez, homer by Pena, LaHare singled, and then Byrd went deep. First homer by Marlon Byrd since August 25th against the Atlanta Braves. There's the 26th pitch of the inning from Homer Bailey. It off.
That's really been the only pitch where Homer Bailey's been able to execute it consistently when Hannigan wants that fastball up in the zone. Got Carlos Pena to check on one. Got a defensive swing that time from Tyler Colvin on another high fastball.
To end the inning. But a big first inning in support of Randy Wells. He'll take the mound with a 4-0 lead on a couple of home runs. Carlos Pena and Marlon Byrd going deep.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would. $120 round trip and bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow. Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac?
Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Find deals in over 9,000 items during the Menards Fall Catalog Sale. Provide extra security with Cooper Lighting. This fluorescent jelly jar light is $12.97. This sodium high-pressure wall pack is $34.95. Both have a built-in sensor that turns on at dusk and off at dawn. Make cleaning quick and easy with a Brew Tough Briggs & Stratton pressure washer. This 3,000 PSI model has a Honda engine and comes with 4 quick connect spray tips, $389.
Save big money at Menards.
Why'd we switch to U.S. Cellular? Because my mom said our last wireless company cost too much. So we switched. She says we're saving over $1,000 a year. You can do a lot of cool things with $1,000. And we still get all the good stuff.
Mom's a genius.
Now get this Android-powered Samsung Gem for only a penny. Just switch to U.S. Cellular and be with the happiest customers in wireless.
Now the Red Southwest starting lineup written out by former Cubs manager Dusty Baker. Brandon Phillips has had a big series. Drew Stubbs hitting second tonight. Got the lefties Votto and Alonso. Chris Heisey gets the nod in right for Jay Bruce. Todd Frazier's over at third. Ryan Hannigan catches. Paul Janisch is the shortstop. And Homer Bailey is the pitcher.
Quick look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Degree. It'll be LaHair, Bird, and Colvin across the outfield, left to right. Ramirez and Castro will man the left side of the infield. It'll be Barney and Pena on the right side. Veteran backup catcher Coy Hill getting the nod behind the plate tonight for the Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, right-hander Randy Wells. He too missed a big chunk of this season with an injury, making his 21st start of the year. We talked about the role he's been on recently, and jumps ahead of Brandon Phillips with a first pitch fastball for a called strike one. And we've seen Phillips do this throughout the series. When he decides he's going to take a pitch, he just kind of drops his bat down on the inside corner of home plate.
I was talking with Coy Hill about Randy Wells before the game tonight, and he said he's one of those guys you find what pitch is working and you ride it. I said probably see a lot of changeups. It's been good, and you got the big lefties. He said yeah, to an extent. Right field, it's Tyler Colvin, and he has it for the first out. I think a lot of it for Randy Wells, Bob, is about his confidence. He's feeling good and working quickly, and he's done those things the last month or so. He's had success. He's a very upfront and honest guy, and he's admitted that at times that confidence has wavered. And this first inning always a key, and that's the other reason he's had success. He's done well in the first inning lately. Tough play for Castro. Save. Stubbs just gliding down that line. I thought you described his effortless running very well last night. He took a huge last leap almost to beat out that infield hit.
Anybody else in this Reds lineup, for that matter, anybody else on their roster, Starlin Castro probably throws him out. Nice defensive play, but Drew Stubbs can really get down that line. Long stride, and as you mentioned, the big leap at the bag at the very end to just get there ahead of the Castro throw.
And the other thing we should add about Randy Wells, his stuff is what it is, and you'd probably call it mediocre. So if his stuff is always about the same, it's really all the other things: location, pitch execution, pitch selection. All those things become really important for a guy like Randy Wells. He's never going to dazzle anybody with his stuff. But having said that, I think his changeup has been particularly good.
Yeah, by far his most improved pitch this season. The sinker is kind of his go-to pitch, especially with runners on base when he's looking for a ground ball. And the slider has been flat at times.
Stubbs running, and that's lined in the left, and it'll get down, and LaHair with a big play just to knock it down. That'll keep Stubbs at second. And it's a single for Joey Votto.
Yeah, but you're right, that changeup has been a really good pitch for him this year on those days when the slider has not been sharp. And Votto continues to do what he does best, hit line drives all over the field. dangerous play that time by Brian LaHare. If it gets past, it goes all the way to the out-of-town scoreboard in left field, probably allowing Stubbs to score from first base, but LaHare able to knock it down with the slide, and Reds have runners at first and second with one out.
Rookie Yonder Alonso talking about Darwin Barney putting on some pounds over the winter. It's going to be the opposite for Alonso. Wouldn't say he's entrenched in left field, but based on what they've done early on with him, he's probably going to get a shot at playing left to start next season. So I'd like him to trim down a little bit, maybe improve his speed, get on the what they call the Johnny Gomes program.
Yeah, Johnny Gomes lost 15 to 20 pounds when he knew he was going to be playing regularly in left field, and by Dusty's estimation became a much better outfielder. And they're hoping for the same from Yonder Alonso. As we've said many times throughout this series, this guy can hit. They just need to find a place defensively where he can go out there and not hurt the team too badly.
That kicks away from Hill, and the runners will advance. A wild pitch, charge to Wells.
A half-hearted effort that time by Coy Hill. Normally really good blocking pitches in the dirt, especially if he knows an off-speed pitch is coming, but that time just a backhanded effort, hit off the heel of his glove, allowing the Reds to move up into scoring position and taking the double play out of the equation.
Two and two. Chris Heisey's on deck. He homered last night. And a full count. I think Wells wants to load the bases and bring the tying run to the plate here in the very first inning. Three-two pitch, and Alonso went around. I think that was a change. And a big strikeout.
Now that is a real good pitch line, because even if Yonder Alonso takes that changeup in the dirt, it loads the bases, once again putting the double play in order against a right-handed hitting Chris Heisey. Talked about inning management in the ballgame last night for Casey Coleman. Let it get away a little bit when he had an opportunity to perhaps pitch around Juan Francisco and go after the strikeout-prone Drew Stubbs. Unfortunately, did not do so. Made a bad pitch. Francisco made him pay.
So now 2 outs, and it is Heisey. Played left last night. He's in right tonight. Inside, ball one. It's like Wells being careful with Heisey. Todd Frazier will hit next. Frazier, right-handed hitter. In fact, they only have 2 lefties in their lineup, Votto and Alonso. Swing and a miss. Tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at CSNChicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. 3-1 on Chris Heisey. Now 3-2. Wells came in with 5 wins over his last 8 starts. 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He got him on a slider to end the inning. They leave 2 in scoring position. 4-0 Cubs.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Came back strong. We got the W, and, well, we whipped them. We whipped them.
Sold out for whipping cream. Sponsorship should be for folks living the high life like y'all, not that food.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com.
Endless shrimp is our most popular promotion at Red Lobster. There's so many choices. The guests come in, they're like, yeah, I want to try this shrimp, but I want to try this kind and this kind. They wait for this all year long.
It's Endless Shrimp today at Red Lobster. Your favorite shrimp entrees like garlic shrimp scampi or new sweet and spicy shrimp. As much as you like, any way you like, for just $15.99.
Creating an experience instead of just a meal, that's Endless Shrimp. My name is Angela Trapp. I'm a server at Red Lobster, and I see food differently.
A little more, and whoa.
Yeah, nice.
Agents, what do we have here?
An Autobotome. I've only heard about these.
And we can save them hundreds by combining their auto, boat, and home policies, all under Farmers.
Exactly.
Are these legal?
No.
We are insurance.
We are Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
To speak with a Farmers agent in your community, call 888-96-FARMERS.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match. Promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. The Cubs getting a couple of 2-run homers from Carlos Pena and Marlon Byrd. And an early 4-0 lead. Good shutdown first inning for Randy Wells. Worked out of some trouble.
Made his best pitches when he had to. A great 3-2 change up to Yonder Alonso, and then came back with a really good 3-2 slider to Chris Heisey for back-to-back punch-outs to get out of the jam.
He'll hit second behind his battery mate, switch hitting Coy Hill. The other thing I was talking to Coy about, he's always great about kind of letting you inside the psyche of a catcher. He said, you know, I'm not a guy who watches a ton of video on my hitting. He said, I know what my job is. And I was just asking him about certain pitchers and who shakes them off a lot. He said, ultimately, it's their pitch. It's their game. So you want to make your pitcher feel as confident as possible. He said, I will make suggestions. But he also said that, you know, success is really important to him in terms of the rapport and the trust factor. He says, I don't have tomorrow, as he swings and misses. You know, when he gets in there tonight, he wants it to go well because it's not like there's a do-over for him tomorrow as a backup catcher, and I'm sure you can relate.
Absolutely. And, you know, like you said, that's his job. He knows what his job is, and the most important thing for Coy Hill on those rare opportunities he gets to start is to nurse his starting pitcher through as many innings as possible, hopefully with a lead. Put down good fingers for that bullpen when they come into the ball game, and ultimately, if your pitching staff does well, you feel like you've done your job as a backup catcher. The offense is all gravy.
Wells with kind of a half swing as he pops to Votto.
Time is running out on the 2011 baseball season, so don't miss your chance to see Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. Tickets are still available for the remaining home games, including bleacher seats. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com, call 1-800-THE-CUBS, or visit the Wrigley Field box office.
It was kind of funny. You and I were having dinner with Keith Moreland and was listening to two old catchers, two old bitter catchers complain about pitchers shaking them off. And we won't name names, but you both came up with a couple of similar stories about guys who just kept shaking you off, and you said, fine, throw whatever you want. Save. Castro beats it out for his 193rd hit.
Yeah.
Zonk gets pretty animated in those conversations.
Nice attempt out there at shortstop by Paul Janisch, but Starlin Castro able to leg it out for base hit number 193 on the season. Yeah, Zonk was talking about the pitcher that he was having issues with, and finally went out to the mound and said, you know what, if you're going to shake off everything I call, you just throw it. I'm not even going to put down any signs. You can't throw it by me anyway. And my issue was more with relief pitchers that sit down in the bullpen eating sunflower seeds and playing tic-tac-toe in the dirt. And they come into the ball game in the 8th inning after I've been squatting behind home plate for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I know every pitch that's been thrown to every hitter, what they've hit, what they didn't hit, and you're going to come in here and shake me off? I don't think so.
That is foul off the foot of Darwin Barney.
And you could go down that field right now and talk to Coy Hill and Giovanni Soto, go over in the other dugout, talk to Ramon Hernandez or Ryan Hannigan or even the youngster Devin Mesoraco, and they will have similar stories. It's just part of a catcher's life.
Looks like Coy was getting some catching advice from Tim Buss, a strength coach.
Well, Bussy is just a fountain of information. Whatever the topic, he can help you out.
He did a pregame interview on radio with Judge Surratt the other day, and he told Judd, he said, my job every day is to get these guys to do what they hate to do. I got to talk them into it every day. And he's one of the best. Bailey gets the sign from Hannigan. Castro leading the team with 21 steals. Pretty good race, though. Tony Campana, much more limited time, has 20. First Cub teammates with at least 20 steals each since 1997. Sean Dunston and Sammy Sosa. Castro runs this time, and Barney pops it up, and it's out of play. Is it just me, or does it seem like the exact same crowd is here that had been here the previous 3 nights? We've been between about 19,000 and I think we're about exactly in that spot again tonight. I think the same exact people are here.
We might be missing a couple, but I get the gist of your statement there. Same people, same seats. No dogs tonight.
No dogs. That's it. That's the only difference. To left and caught. Barney's hit a couple balls well, but has made outs. Yeah, we're wistful thinking of the Dogs here last night. 4-0 Cubs.
The home side is something going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power and Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker. Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Great seats, including bleachers, are still available for next Tuesday when the Cubs host the Brewers at Wrigley Field. Game time is 7:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs floppy hat, compliments of Fisher Nuts. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or visiting Cubs.com. For freshness you can see, think Fisher. Buy Fisher Nuts at your local Jewel.
Todd Frazier will lead off for the Reds. And the Rutgers product swings and misses. Frazier came up in July when Scott Rowland went to the DL. Rowland probably done for the season after left shoulder surgery. And a fly to center. Down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
We've been waiting for that the whole series, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. A good quick first out for Randy Wells. Frazier was 1 for 3 lifetime with a home run against Randy Wells before that at bat. Had a chance to talk to Randy briefly down in the dugout before the ball game, and he is not unaware of the fact that this is the guy in the lineup that has done a lot of damage. Ryan Hannigan 7 for 14 lifetime with a home run, and he's not a home run hitter. As we were sitting there in the dugout, and as you know, Len, they flashed the lineups on the scoreboard out in left center field, and he said, I don't even need to look. I know Hannigan's in there.
Inside corner, 1-1.
But then again, so is Paul Janisch, and Paul Janisch is 0 for 12 lifetime against Randy Wells.
Right. Two and one. And that's low. 3-1. To the track and the catch. Just enough space. That was close.
It sounded good coming off of the bat of Ryan Hannigan, but it looked like Marlon Byrd had it measured the entire time. Right out in front of the Reds bullpen in left center field. Got a step away from the barrier out there. Never took his eye off the ball. It's that time of night once again. We say it every night this time of year. That gray sky up above before the lights really have a chance to fully take effect. Tough to track those fly balls.
Two bouncer, and Yanish still hitless against Randy Wells as the Reds go down in order in the second.
Whatever happened to restaurants? So many places just give you a big plate with tiny cutesy food in the middle. Personally, I like eating real food. I also like drinking real tequila. 1800 tequila.
Rake in the savings with the Subway featured $5 footlong of September only. The turkey breast and Black Forest ham. With tender turkey, Black Forest ham, and piled high with whatever veggies you like. This September it joins our everyday $5 footlongs. Subway, eat fresh.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Enjoy the area's finest room with a view. The Clubhouse at Brown Deer, open year-round and available to the public for receptions, banquets, and meetings. The Clubhouse at Brown Deer is a first-class, full-service venue for nearly any size event. Experience fine dining and exceptional service in a spacious country club setting with magnificent views overlooking Coralville's Brown Deer Golf Club. Reserve the Clubhouse at Brown Deer and make yours a one-of-a-kind event.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Every week, the best in the game are on baseball's biggest stage.
Did he get enough? He did!
Sundays at 8 Eastern on ESPN3.com.
ESPN, serving sports fans around the world.
Cup is coming to Chicago September 25th through the 30th, 2012 at Medina to be included in a random draw to purchase tickets and a chance to see Team USA versus Team Europe. Go to RyderCup.com. You're the analyst. Analyze.
Well, I'm trying to think of the name of the character that Lily Tomlin used to play when she was the telephone operator. Right. Edith, maybe? Yeah.
Foul back. Got a shot. Come on. Oh, nice try.
Just below.
I thought you had it. It's sitting right there.
Just a little too much top spin there. That ball died right below us.
Darn.
Base hit left field. Ramirez is 2 for 2. You're getting heckled by Cub fans below us. I thought I was going to have to make sure you didn't fall out of the booth.
They should know better than expect good defense.
Good effort.
Quickly running out of days to get a foul ball up here.
Leadoff single by Ramirez. Curveball strike.
Carlos made a loud noise back in the first. A monster bomb to straightaway center field above the batter's eye on the deck of the boat out there. Did they say 461? That might have been a little conservative.
258th of his career. Good slide and block by Hannigan. I'm not in the prediction business, but I will make a prediction. Okay. However many at-bats or plate appearances Carlos Pena has left tonight against Homer Bailey, he will walk in all of them. I don't think Bailey's going to throw him anything in the strike zone.
Well, when you hit a 461-foot home run, your first at bat of the game, it tends to scare that opposing pitcher out of the strike zone.
3-1, and we know Carlos rarely expands his zone.
That's a good call, though, Nostradamus. Those pitchers make mistakes, even if he is trying to pitch around Carlos Pena or be very careful around the edges of the strike zone. They tend to make mistakes from time to time. Good curveball there. We've seen a couple of those curveballs in 3-1 counts. One to Brian LaHare to run it full, and now here to Carlos Pena to run it full.
And he walked him.
You have the lottery numbers by any chance? The 27th annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale in early November. As always, for more information, visit Cubs.com.
Well, this should benefit Brian LaHare because Bailey doesn't want to walk him loaded here. 2 on, nobody out. I have to think he'll get at least one good pitch to let loose on. Not sure that was the pitch. And he jumped on a curveball and tapped it foul.
A little bit of a shift for Brian LaHare, even given his limited at-bats up here at the major league level. Reds feel like he's a dead pull hitter, especially against Homer Bailey, who's not overpowering by any stretch with his fastball. They figure he's going to pull the ball to the right side of the field, so they give him a huge hole on that left side between Giannis at short and Frazier at third.
Ready now for a 1-1. That gets away from Hannigan. Runners advance on a wild pitch.
Hannigan's had a number of opportunities in the early going here tonight. That appeared to be a changeup that he pulled over near the feet of Brian LaHare. Gets past Hannigan all the way to the backstop.
I think it also hit his throwing hand after it bounced.
Yeah, it looked like he was shaking that right hand as he turned to chase that ball back to the backstop. Yeah, ideally, as a catcher, you get that bare hand behind your glove as you get into a blocking position to try to protect your throwing hand, but not always easy to do.
3-1. Good rip at that fastball. 3-2.
Now, that's the best pitch he's had to hit tonight. Right down the tube on a 3-1 count. Just fouled it straight back.
Base is loaded. Nobody out.
Time to take a look at our Xfinity high-speed action. Marlon Byrd back in that first inning got a first pitch to his liking and crushed it into that Reds bullpen in left center field. For Marlon, his 8th home run of the season, part of a 4-run first inning for the Cubs against Homer Bailey and the Reds tonight.
Carlos Fisher up in the Reds bullpen. Brian Price is out chatting with Bailey as Fisher gets ready quickly. And former Cub coach Juan Porky Lopez looking on. Slider missed low. Big chance for the Cubs to really break it open, already leading 4-0. Line and caught on the dive by Phillips. Everybody back to their respective base. Well, that's just bad luck. Marlon has really struggled in these spots, but he hit that one right on the screws for an out. Gold Glover robbing him of a hit.
He's had some at-bats with runners in scoring position where perhaps he wasn't selective enough, but that's not the case in this particular at-bat. He got a good pitch to hit, hanging breaking ball, and roped it back up the middle of the field. Unfortunately, there's a Gold Glover in the vicinity, and Brandon Phillips does what he does, makes a nice diving catch.
It looked like Phillips' line on that ball also maybe a little obscured by Al Porter, the second base umpire. A nice job to make that grab as Colvin fouls.
Yeah, the umpires try to position themselves so they're out of the line of sight of both the middle infielders and the center fielder. Occasionally you'll see them turn around and ask the defenders, are you okay? Can you see what you need to see? And they'll move a few steps one direction or another to accommodate the defenders.
And that has been Colvin's Achilles heel, that high fastball. 0-2, and it's been exploited. Our AT&T UVerse multi-view. Bases full of Cubs now with 1 out, a single and 2 walks to start the inning before Bird lined out. And he got him. 2 down.
That Marlon Byrd line drive, you mentioned it, Alan Porter perhaps obscuring the vision of Brandon Phillips a little bit. We'll get a pretty good look at it from behind home plate. Of course, the umpire positions himself not knowing where the ball's going to be hit, but Phillips was able to stay with it, make the catch, and you see him talking to his shortstop, Paul Yanish. He had thoughts about throwing a hook shot into second base to try to double off the runner there.
That particular play is a reminder to me of how much easier it looks from up here. And I can tell you that as easy as Brandon Phillips made that play look, it certainly wasn't. Takes a lot of concentration. It's fun when you have former players come up here for the first time and they remark how slow and easy the game looks.
Absolutely. The further away you get from the field, the easier it looks. I'm sure fans have noticed, if you've ever had the opportunity to sit down close to field level as opposed to up in the reserve seats or maybe in the upper deck, it looks like a different game the closer you get to that grass.
Cubs had 3 on with nobody out. Now there are 2 outs and a 1-2 count on Coy Hill.
Since that visit to the mound by pitching coach Brian Price, we've seen a lot more breaking pitches from Homer Bailey. He's got a really good curveball. He used it sparingly in the first couple of innings, but going to it a lot more here in the third. There's another one.
Hill strikes out. Missed opportunity for the Cubs. They leave them loaded. They do lead 4-0.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE front row seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE front row seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months.
Forget overpaid athletes. The High Life is sponsoring real folks. Nick Thompson, we want to be the official beer you and your nostalgia game of catch.
All right, thanks. Come on, Dad.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com.
Your American dream is out there, so go get it. Dreams don't come easy. They're gonna make you work for it. So put on your work boots, fire up your laptop, pour yourself a cup of coffee, because there's gonna be some late nights. American Family Insurance is your American dream insurance. We protect your home, your car, your business, and the most valuable thing you will ever own. Your dream is out there. Go get it. We'll protect it.
American Family Insurance.
Tomorrow, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs are back at the friendly confines to battle Carlos Lee and the Astros. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss Cubs Astros tomorrow at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Homer Bailey doing his Houdini impersonation to get out of that bases loaded jam. Some words exchanged in the dugout on that first base side afterwards. 2-3. You saw him touch his head for 2, touch his chest for 3. Perhaps he got crossed up with his catcher Ryan Hannigan. Pitching coach Brian Price came over to talk to Bailey a little bit later. It appeared he said he's okay, but it certainly appeared like there was some miscommunication there between the Reds pitcher and catcher.
It looked like all the words that were exchanged came from one guy. And he leads off the bottom of the third. In the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, there was a wild pitch in that inning. Maybe that was the cross up. Not really sure.
That's a strike at the knees. 1-2. Wells has retired 5 in a row after back-to-back one-out singles in the first inning. Bailey chops to third, and Ramirez will throw him out. Here comes Brandon Phillips. He flied to right his first time up. Did you see this interesting promotion in Texas? There was a flooring company. They had a commercial on TV here in the month of September. They said if Josh Hamilton hits a grand slam, we will refund, I think, maybe all the money you spent on flooring or countertops. And he hit one. CC Carpet. The owner, Steve Fitzgerald, and he's excited about it. Yes, it's going to save his customers about $500,000. And he bought insurance just in case Hamilton did hit a grand slam. Phillips to deep center. Gone. A home run, his 4th of the series. They hit 2 on Monday, a game winner on Tuesday, and he cranks one to straightaway center here tonight.
Number 16 on the season for Brandon Phillips, our HP home run replay. Straightaway center field once again. We've talked about it throughout this series, ever since this ballpark opened for that matter. Just get the barrel on it with some authority and a little bit of elevation. You've got a chance to hit it out anywhere.
So 4-1. Here's the 0-1 to Stubbs. That's high. Yeah, so this company, they had this promotion called the Grand Slam Payout. It said that if you bought flooring or countertops starting August 29th, you'd get a refund if Josh Hamilton hit a Grand Slam during the promotional period, which runs until September 28th, or until he hits the Grand Slam. And the owner, very good natured about it, he said the only thing is I wish he had waited a little longer so we would have had more people get refunds. You know what? Might have cost his company a little money, but in the end I think the advertising alone was worth it.
Can't buy that kind of publicity.
Yeah. As we look around MLB, there's that Grand Slam as the Rangers blasted the Indians. Clayton Kershaw got his 19th win, but he was ejected. Tell you why in a second. And Buster Posey, a long road back from that devastating home plate collision injury in late May as Stubbs strikes out. So Clayton Kershaw last night against the Diamondbacks hit Gerardo Parra kind of a glancing blow on the right elbow and was immediately tossed out by the home plate umpire. I'm not sure who it was. Was it Bill Welke?
I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
No warnings had been issued prior, and I guess it stemmed from Parra admiring a home run the night before, although before he hit the home run there was a pitch that went over his head, so he kind of admired it. You know how these things go. Kershaw was screaming at him from the Dodger dugout. So there was a little history there. But the interesting thing about it was, Bob, it was Parra's second at bat. The first at bat, every pitch Kershaw threw to the left-handed hitter was toward the outside part of the plate, and Parra doubled into the left center field gap. And he explained, you know what, I worked away, so second at bat I wanted to work in.
And I did see the pitch. It wasn't really that far off the plate. Parra stands extremely close to the inside corner, and as you mentioned, just a glancing blow, but umpires apparently had been warned or were aware of the events of the night before. Even though warnings had not officially been issued, they were well aware that there was some bad blood between the two teams, and specifically Kershaw, so he was triggered quickly last night.
After that game, Kershaw's ERA is now 2.30. He leads the majors. Johnny Cueto. As Votto pops into right center. Cueto's at 231. Roy Halladay 234. Justin Verlander 236. Pretty good race. We'll give you an update on Cueto when we come back.
That's awesome. You can read that.
The AccuFit digital system, exclusively at LensCrafters, is about 5 times more precise than manual measurement techniques. So you get vision that makes the world as clear as it can be. LensCrafters.
Why'd we switch to US Cellular? Because my mom said our last wireless company cost too much. So we switched. She says we're saving over $1,000 a year. You can do a lot of cool things with $1,000. And we still get all the good stuff.
Mom's a genius. Wow.
Now get this Android-powered Samsung Gem for only a penny. Just switch to US Cellular and be with the happiest customers in wireless.
I love
love this card.
With the Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card,
We earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
That's 1% cash back everywhere, every time. 2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatically. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat.
3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
we're talking 3% back on gas.
Tomorrow, the action continues from Kansas City as the White Sox battle the Royals on Comcast Sportsnet. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Sportsnet Central. White Sox, Royals, tomorrow night at 7, only on your home for White Sox baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
The fourth inning is brought to you by KFC. Feed 4 or more with a KFC 10-piece family feast, just $20. A crisp night in Cincinnati. Still always a good night to take a dip in the Ohio, right?
Yeah, sure. You go right ahead.
Call strike. Bailey to Wells. So the update on Johnny Cueto is we really don't know if the Reds righty will pitch again this season or not. Mentioned last night as he left with a lat strain, that muscle behind the right shoulder, that he's 6 innings short of qualifying for the ERA title. He's not going to make his next start, but now with less than 2 weeks to go in the season, I think it really puts another start in jeopardy. And you see how tight it is at the moment. Kershaw, Cueto, Halladay, Justin Verlander. We've got a pretty tightly packed list. That's the National League leaderboard. Suppose Cliff Lee could still win it.
I think the best thing Johnny Cueto and the Reds could do at this point is just root for Clayton Kershaw and others to give up earned runs rather than try to run him out there and risk any kind of a prolonged injury. He is way too valuable to this Reds ball club to risk a bad injury just chasing a personal goal.
Yep. Well, with a foul pop, Votto gives it a chase, but it's on play. Well, the thing about a batting title, I think it's 502 plate appearances. There have been guys who've come up short, let's say 495 plate appearances. But what they do is they tack on the extra 7 or 10 or whatever it is, and then calculate your batting average. And if it's still number 1 in the league, you win the batting title. But it doesn't really work that way with pitchers. You got to get those innings. Well, you know what they can say, Bob? They can say, among pitchers who threw at least 156 innings.
There you go.
Johnny Cueto had the best ERA. You know how we can do whatever we want with numbers. As high as he makes a catch. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Who was the last Cubs infielder to have a 200-hit season? And we are told this guy had exactly 200 hits. I believe the last Cub to have 200 was Juan Pierre in 2006. But he's an outfielder. Lined and caught by Votto as Castro was bidding for his 55th multi-hit game.
Well, you know, Len, we were just talking about Joey Votto and how far he plays off that first baseline. Otherwise, that's a base hit into right field. Just about every other first baseman in the National League would be much closer to that first baseline, but Joey Votto moves way over in the hole, and that gives him the opportunity to take a base hit away from Starlin Castro. Prince Fielder, another guy that gets way off that first baseline. Albert Pujols, depending on the hitter, will stray far from the first baseline, but Votto is always way off that baseline unless it's a left-handed pull hitter at the plate.
just foul.
Hey fans, next time you want to catch a Cubs game, head to StubHub, where you'll find the seats you want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. For more information, visit Cubs.com/StubHub.
Swing and a miss to end the inning. Bailey seems to be settling in. He's retired 6 straight.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Moneyball, starring Brad Pitt. In theaters September 23rd. This film is not yet rated.
You're in last place, Dad.
Do I look worried?
Yeah.
Oh. We're going to rethink the game. You don't put a team together with a computer.
This is the kind of decision that gets you fired.
Fantastic.
Moneyball. Rated PG-13.
The home side is simply going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live as it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
One Coors Light coming up. Here you go.
Thanks. Bob, sweet setup.
Yeah, ever since I got this Coors Light home draft, it's like having a bar at home. Thanks.
What's your girlfriend gonna say?
I got that covered.
You're not on the list.
Bob has a list?
And you're not on it.
The Coors Light Home Draft. CO2 pressurized for up to 30 days of fresh frost brewed draft beer right from your fridge.
Big Darryl, give it up. How you doing, Sarah? Good to see you.
Come on, really?
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Sunday, get a complete recap of the Bears and Saints matchup on Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute. Postgame press conferences, player interviews, and a full breakdown of the action only on Bears Postgame Live Sunday, immediately after the game on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
First pitch swinging, and Alonso grounds out to Castro. Speaking of Castro, who is on pace for 200 hits pretty soon. The last Cub infielder to get 200 hits. Any guesses?
I don't know. Gracie?
Rhino at 200 in 1984. That's a good question. I wonder what Grace's career high was. Easy to find out. I bet it was close. It was the decade hit leader in the 1990s, and his career high in hits was 193 in 1993 when he hit 325.
And one thing that worked against Mark Grace was the fact he took so many base on balls.
Yeah, he did. He did walk a lot. Deep left, Chris Heisey gone off the facing of the upper deck. 4-2. Well, each team with 2 homers, but the Cubs lead because there were runners on base. 1 on for each of their 2 homers.
Well, with the 2 bombs surrendered tonight, Randy Wells has now given up 21 on the season. Our HP home run replay, Chris Heisey with a rocket line drive off the facing of the second deck out there in left field. The good news is both the home runs Randy Wells has given up have been solo shots.
And this is a career high in homers allowed. He gave up 19 last year, 14 in his fine rookie season of 2009, and a lot fewer innings this year than those 2 seasons. So the home run rate way up.
Hey, Len, while we have a quick second here, I want to extend happy belated birthday wishes. The birthday was actually yesterday, but we were on CIU. I wasn't sure if they would be able to listen to the game, but young lady by the name of Gail Lorenz from Des Plaines, Illinois, wanted to wish a happy birthday to her husband, Ed. Now, Ed played competitive baseball at the semi-pro level for 22 years. A huge Cubs fan. Loves the game so much that he was down there playing it for nothing, just for the love of the game. Ed's having a big birthday, or actually had a big birthday yesterday, and his lovely wife Gail wanted to wish him a happy birthday. So I hope you're having a great day, even though it's the day after your birthday, Ed.
Yeah, I hope it was a good one. I guess every day is your birthday. It's just not rounded off to the exact year, you know. Could say I'm 43 and 127 days today. Are you into the half birthday thing? I don't even know.
No.
I'm trying to figure out when mine would be.
I'm not even into the full birthday thing anymore.
Castro to Pena. Frazier retired. 2 outs.
First can give you a false sense of security. A lot of baseball left to go here. Randy Wells is throwing extremely well today, with the exception of the 2 solo homers, but sure would like to see the offense bust through and put a few more runs on that board just to give him a little breathing room.
Hey, we want to remind fans out there, the Kerry Wood Strike Zone online auction is going on through this Saturday at 10 p.m. Central. And there are some great items. Go to kerrywoodstrikezone.org. You can get the catcher's mask, the Giovanni Soto mask that was kicked by Ozzie Guillen on the South Side earlier this year. They both signed it. Eddie Vedder autographed his album Ukulele Songs and a ukulele. You can get an Albert Pujols autographed jersey and game-used spikes. How about a pitching lesson with Kerry Wood? Tickets to a taping of Saturday Night Live in New York City. Dinner for 8 to 10 at the Woods home, prepared by professional chefs. Some great items.
You may get some major league pitchers signing up for that pitching lesson. Learn how to throw that cutter.
And the proceeds will benefit the Wood Family Foundation, dedicated to improving the lives of children in and around Chicago. With their big bowling tournament coming up this weekend as well. Carrie and Sarah will host. Pulls it foul.
Yeah, it might be worth the price of admission just to go watch some of the Cubs pitchers bowl with their offhand. As you can imagine, they're very careful with their throwing arms, so when they have a bowling tournament, I assume that they all will bowl with their offhand.
It's Bill Bray down in the Reds pen. 3-2 to Hannigan. Tomorrow's Cubs starter, and we'll have the game here on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs hosting the Astros. Wandy Rodriguez for Houston, and right-hander Matt Garza for the Cubs. Matt flew home early, as the team will get in late tonight or early tomorrow morning. And want that starting pitcher to be rested. Infield pop. And Pena has it in foul ground to end the inning. Heisey with a one-out homer. It's now 4-2 Cubs.
Are we doing okay here?
Absolutely.
And what can I get for you? I'll have one of those.
When you visit the Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, you're preparing yourself for a truly unique golfing experience. Along with a professional staff on hand to meet your needs, you'll also find 18 holes of serene beauty, masterfully designed to preserve the natural features of the land. A perfect location for corporate and group outings, the clubhouse offers a spacious banquet room with an in-house chef for on-the-course lunches and after-game dinners. The Amana Colonies Golf and Event Center, country club elegance and natural beauty, all at an affordable price.
The 9/11 memorial is for my 343 brothers who didn't make it.
And for my brother.
This shows the world that we can rebuild.
And that we are strong.
It's for the heroes like my dad.
This year, the National September 11th Memorial opens in New York City. Join us to honor, remember, and reunite. You can help right now by texting the word HOPE to 80088 to give $10.
Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Text footlong to 29653. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. 4-2 Cubs. All the runs in this game for both teams have come from home runs. The only wind we've really had in this series came last night. It's been fairly calm. We've seen balls jumping out of this bandbox ballpark.
We've seen some of the longest home runs we've seen all year in this 4-game series here at Great American Ballpark.
Aramis is 2 for 2. And a run scored tonight. Facing Homer Bailey for the third time. And he takes ball one low and outside. Game of the night is in Boston at Fenway Park. The Rays and the Red Sox with a wild card on the line. Starting that series, Boston 4 games ahead of the Rays, and it is a 4-game series, and Tampa Bay leads 4-1 in the top of the 4th. 3-run homer by Evan Longoria in the 3rd inning. Jeremy Hellickson against Kyle Weiland, right-hander for the Red Sox. 3-0. Couple of NL finals from earlier today, and a split doubleheader in Philadelphia. Makeup doubleheader, Phillies and Marlins. Phillies 3, Florida 1 a final. Kyle Kendrick over Anibal Sanchez. A 10-1 Nationals win over the Mets. They've won 5 in a row. 5 hits for Ian Desmond. That's a leadoff walk to Ramirez. Let's see, that was a 4-game sweep in New York for the Nationals.
There's Tom Otis Hellman, hey. Cubs clubhouse manager supreme, talking to some of the scouts sitting behind home plate tonight. Get back in your cave, Otis. You don't see him out of the clubhouse very often. You rarely see him in the stands.
That's a good look right there, isn't it?
You know, not many players wear sanitary socks anymore, but Otis does every day.
Why do I have a feeling he's going to get a call from his lovely wife, Mary?
Yeah.
She's going to say, Tom, They're going to be on camera. Will you put some pants on, please? Two to Pena. Got a little work to do here, partner, to make my prediction stand up. I said Pena would walk every time up the rest of the night against Bailey. He did his last time, but he got down 0-2 this time.
Well, we've seen Carlos Pena work back from 0-2 counts many times this year to draw a base on balls.
Called strike three. Yep. Number 6 for Bailey.
Maybe caught Carlos guessing a little bit. Pitch might have been just off of that inside corner, but too close to take with 2 strikes.
Fastball outside, ball 1. Well, we've seen LaHare at first, left, and right. We don't know if or how he fits into the Cubs' plans next year, but there's no question he can hit at this level. I think the big question is, if he is in your plans and he's not an everyday player, is he a guy who could be a Matt Stairs type, somebody you could occasionally spot at the corner spots in the outfield and at first and continue to hit? It's not easy to do. And maybe even a bigger question is, would you be comfortable having him compete for the everyday job? After a high one and missed it. I don't know the answer to either question, and I don't know if anybody does.
Well, it's time to take a look at our Coors Light freeze cam with Marlon Byrd stepping up to the plate. We've shown you the defensive play by Brandon Phillips, but watch the base runner at second, Carlos Pena. That's heads up base running. That looked like a base hit into center field. Was probably going to get a big jump and try to score, but his instincts kicked in. You freeze on a line drive. Pena able to make it back to second and avoid the double play. Freeze cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Bird flies out, hitting over, leadoff walk, no runs. 4-2 Cubs.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
Came back strong. We got the W, and, well, we whipped them. We whipped them.
Sold out for whipping cream. Sponsorship should be for folks living the high life like y'all, not that food.
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com.
Find deals on over 9,000 items during Menard's Fall Catalog Sale. Update your lighting with Nadir Lighting. Right now, the Encana collection is on sale. Featuring chrome finish and opal glass, a semi-flush ceiling light is $24.99, and a 6-light chandelier is $79.99. Get painting done faster with Wagner. This quick-touch electric roller can apply 1 gallon of paint in 10 minutes. A complete kit includes accessories for both trim and corners. $39 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Mark Shanowski here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. A busy night here on Comcast Sportsnet. After the Cubs game, Cap and Holly are here for Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Then we'll join the White Sox and Royals in progress. After that, Sarah Kustak joins me for Sportsnet Central. Then it's Pat Boyle, Lance Briggs, and Tom Thayer with Countdown to Kickoff. Now we send it back to Len and Bob in Cincinnati.
Thanks, Mark. 4-2 Cubs. They got all 4 of their runs in the first inning. The Reds with solo homers in the 3rd and the 4th. And Paul Yanish against Randy Wells. Behind second, Castro. Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cub replays on demand with Xfinity, only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
That kind of went unnoticed there, Len, but that was a ball that Darwin Barney was camped underneath. Starlin Castro came over and called him off, and Barney gave way. You may remember that game earlier this year where there was some confusion on a pop-up in the middle of the field. Mike Quaddy called out his 2 young infielders. They won't make that mistake again. And really all it takes is some communication. Just talk to each other. That ball's in the air for a long time. Even though Darwin was standing underneath the pop-up, Castro came over from his shortstop position. He was calling for it. I'm sure Darwin said, take it, take it, take it, and gave way to the shortstop.
Bailey with an opposite field base hit. That'll bring up the tying run. And Brandon Phillips, who's already hit 4 home runs in the series.
Back in the 3rd inning, Brandon Phillips, you could see the dust fly off the bat as he made contact up onto the grass berm in straightaway center field.
You used to do that, right? When you'd hit a home run?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Outside. You know what? He did it in his own dugout.
Yeah, I was just going to say he wasn't showing up the opposing pitcher or the opposing team. He waited till he got back around his teammates in the dugout, and, you know, perhaps that little gesture has some specific meaning to his teammates. The one you want Brandon Phillips to chase right there. Something down in the zone. We talked about it briefly last night. Joey Votto with 16 double plays grounded into, leads the Reds this year, but Brandon Phillips with 15. And for a guy that has better than average speed, that's kind of surprising, but he has some issues getting out of the batter's box.
Cubs not worried about Bailey. 3-1 on Brandon Phillips. Deep to center. Bird won't get it. Able to just knock it down. And that's big. That keeps Bailey at 3rd. With a carom off that wall. Could have gone all the way to Colvin. But Bird was able to deaden it right at the wall. So it's a double for Phillips.
I'm not sure if Marlin realized how close to the fence he was getting out there in straightaway center field. That ball was just driven on a line off that barrier in center field. And right there, that's a lucky break. That ball hits somewhere on Marlin. Maybe on his throwing hand, he stuck out his right hand to knock it down. If that gets away from him, you could see that the two corner outfielders were not even in your picture. Homer Bailey would have scored easily. Phillips probably ends up at third base.
So runners at second and third with one out for Drew Stubbs. Cornerman in, back up the middle. Now remember, you've got the pitcher running at third, Bailey. Getting instructions from Mark Berry, and Stubbs hits it foul right side to the seats. But the Cubs were off to the races tonight. 4 in the first inning. They had the bases loaded with nobody out in the third, and all of a sudden the Reds right back in it. This one will also get out of play.
Well, after the 4 runs on 4 hits in that first inning, the Cubs have had a 2-out base hit, single in the second, a leadoff base hit by Ramirez in the third when they loaded him up and couldn't push a run across. Bailey has really settled in.
Emergency swing there.
It up. Randy gets it up there inside a little bit. The check swing produces a line drive right over that first base dugout.
Stubbs a big time strikeout candidate. He leads the majors. 192 on the year. Another 0-2 in the dirt.
Stop by Coy Hill after back-to-back fastballs up out of the zone. They come with either a changeup or a slider that hits almost directly in front of home plate. Good block by Coy to hold Bailey at third base.
They're going to go up with a fastball here. We saw Coy didn't even give a sign. He just kind of quickly looked at Wells and kind of lifted his hand, you know, palm up, like, you want to go up? And Wells said, yep.
Yeah, and that's the only pitch you would throw up in the strike zone. You wouldn't throw a changeup up above the top of the zone. You wouldn't throw a breaking pitch up there, but that's where you would ideally throw that fastball to get Stubbs to chase it.
Well, that's the one they wanted him to go after. And now it's a full count. Joey Votto on deck. This is the biggest pitch of the night for Randy Wells. 3-2, 2 on. Here it is. Line and a base hit. Bailey will score. Phillips will trot into third. It's 4-3. With one of the best hitters in baseball coming up. And now, if you're Mike Quaddy, you get into that hole. Well, you would like a guy to get through 5 with a chance to win, but right now this game's starting to slip away from Randy Wells.
Just over Starlin Castro. I'll tell you, Brandon Phillips did the Cubs a huge favor there. Look at that. Aramis Ramirez is in the middle of the infield in a cut position. Starlin Castro was out in shallow left center after leaping for that line drive. Phillips could have aggressively run to third, taking a huge turn around third base because there was nobody there.
check on the speedy Drew Stubbs. 37 stolen bases. Jeff Samardzija is up. Votto deadly with runners in scoring position, hitting over 390. And that leads the National League. And I think that's why. He's not going to get himself out too often.
He doesn't really change his approach with runners in scoring position. That's what he always does, whether he's leading off an inning or at the plate with the bases loaded.
I mean, what the walks do is they limit the at-bats. So right now he's got 49 hits with runners in scoring position and only 125 at-bats. And there may be other guys with 49 hits, but they probably have 170 at-bats. Because he's walking so often, over 100 times. Change up, and he fouled it at the plate. 2-1. Well, if you saw what Votto did there, he was looking down at his third base coach and he said too low. I think he was saying maybe to himself, if I know it's a changeup and it's low already, I have no chance to hit it.
How about this, Len, just as a point of comparison? Joey Votto has 104 base on balls this season. Darwin Barney, Marlon Byrd, Starlin Castro, and Aramis Ramirez combined have walked 108 times.
A quartet of everyday players. Bases loaded. And that walk is 105th. So he ties Jack Graney, who in 1919 set the all-time single-season walk record for a Canadian-born player. That is the first walk issued by Wells.
You know, part of the willingness to take a base on balls is unselfishness. You have to have confidence that that guy coming up behind you in the batting order can do some damage. You don't have to feel like you're the only guy in the lineup that can get it done. Joey Votto's content to take the base on balls, and whether it's Yonder Alonso or Chris Heisey, whoever happens to be hitting behind him in the order, he's going to let those guys get up there and do some damage.
That's a great point. Alonso fouls off. He was a strikeout victim in a big spot in the first inning. Second and third, 1 out. And Wells got him on a changeup in the dirt on a 3-2 pitch. Head home to play the Astros and the Brewers. Brewers will be here first this weekend. Milwaukee with a 5.5 game lead in the division. That's a strike. 1-2.
Slider right on that inside corner. Yonder Alonso did not like it, but our Corona Extra pitch track showed that it did catch that inside corner. Another good stop by Coy Hill on a changeup in the dirt. Just a little bit too short. Talked all the time, Lennon, you like to use that term, give the illusion of a strike. When a changeup leaves your hand and bounces that far out in front of home plate, it doesn't fool anybody. If it starts low in the strike zone and ends up in the dirt at home plate, you might get a swing and a miss.
Two. A laborious 29 pitch inning already for Randy Wells. And if he doesn't make a good pitch here, it might be his last of the night. Change up, ball 4. He forces in a run. It looked like Hill called for a fastball, then a slider, and Wells wanted the change up. The pitch he got him on the first time. And that's going to end his evening. It's a Honda call to the pen. 4-4 in the 5th.
Whoa, you went to a Subway restaurant. What are you saving up for? Are you buying a private island?
No.
Building your own space station?
No.
Are you getting a robot butler?
No.
Upgrading to bionic legs?
What? No.
Are you building a secret city at the bottom of the ocean?
No. I just like saving money on the food I like.
Oh, I knew that.
Right now, you can get a super combo for only $5. That's any regular 6-inch sub plus today's soup for only $5. Subway, eat fresh.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of Sirius XM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
It is a Honda call to the pen. And Jeff Samardzija pitching a little earlier than he normally would, but a big-time jam. As the Reds have scored the last 4 runs in this game. To tie it up, Chris Heisey at the plate with the bases loaded. And only 1 out.
And Jeff Samardzija in the ball game just to get a couple of outs here in this 5th inning, because his spot is due up 3rd in the top half of the 6th inning. If Mike Quaddy had any thoughts about leaving him in there into the 6th inning, he would have made a double switch.
That makes me wonder if we'll see Andrew Kashner in the 6th. So here we go. Heisey already with a home run tonight. And he takes a strike.
unfortunately, bad job that time of receiving that pitch by Coy Hill. That pitch was all over the strike zone, but because he had set up on the inside corner and had to reach back across the plate and then kind of push the ball down out of the strike zone, they did not get the call from the home plate umpire, Paul Emmel.
Swing and a miss on a slider. 1-2.
On our Corona extra pitch tracks, the slider's off the plate away, but look at pitch number 2. Right there at the bottom of the strike zone.
Ground ball off the foot of Samardzija, barehanded by Castro. Everybody's safe. And the Reds lead 5-4 on the infield RBI single by Chris Heisey.
Not so sure either one of the Cubs middle infielders would have gotten to that ball had Samardzija not deflected it. But unfortunately, he slowed it down so much that Starlin Castro couldn't get to it quickly enough to get Heisey at first base. Boy, this is like water torture watching this inning unfold.
Drip, drip, drip. Frazier, the 8th Red to bat. And the bases are still loaded. Giannis popped to the shortstop. Bailey singled. Phillips doubled. Stubbs singled in a run. Votto walked. Alonso walked with the bases loaded to tie it. And Heisey gave them the lead with the infield single. Oh, 0-2.
Busy inning for Coy Hill behind the plate. He's kept that runner at third base on a number of pitches in the dirt here in this inning.
Late swing. 2 down. They'll bring up Hannigan. Fastball in tight. So now Homer Bailey has a chance for a win. Gave up 2 two-run homers in the first inning. Nothing since. And he actually started this rally. Giants lead 3-0 at Colorado. They're in the top of the second. Pablo Sandoval with a 2-run homer off Yolis Chacin in the first. Ryan Vogelsong pitching for the Giants. Ground ball, and it's Darwin Barney to pick it up, and that'll end the inning. 3 runs on 4 hits, 2 walks, 3 left. 5-4 Cincinnati.
Southwest makes the call. What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac?
Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Mark,
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound-dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES. Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Tomorrow, the action continues from Kansas City as the White Sox battle the Royals on Comcast Sportsnet. Coverage begins at 6:30 with Sportsnet Central. White Sox, Royals, tomorrow night at 7, only on your home for White Sox baseball. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Tomorrow, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs are back at Wrigley for a division matchup with the Astros. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss a minute of the action. Cubs-Astros tomorrow at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Your pitching probables, Rodriguez and Garza tomorrow. Henry Sosa, the rookie, against Rodrigo Lopez. Brett Myers and Ryan Dempster, who've each struggled this season, will go on Sunday. Bailey with a lead for the first time tonight. Bunted foul by Colvin.
Even on a bunt attempt, got to lay off that high fastball.
Eight strikeouts for Bailey.
If you have a weakness in the major leagues, opposing pitchers are going to, first of all, advanced scouts are going to find it, and then opposing pitchers and catchers are going to exploit it, and we've seen it repeatedly with Tyler Colvin over the last month of this season. Just one high fastball after another after another.
Going to see Blake DeWitt after Hill. He'll hit for some margin. Andrew Kashner will get the bottom of the 6th. Ground ball right into the glove of Bailey. Nice defensive play by the pitcher.
Buzzard luck that time for Coy Hill. A hard hit ball might have made it back up the middle of the field. Of course, you never know with Brandon Phillips out there at second base, but Homer Bailey just sticks that big glove out there to the left and snares that ball in time to get Coy Hill at first.
Blake DeWitt called back, and right-handed hitting Lou Montañez will take the at-bat instead. And the hard-throwing Texan will pitch in the bottom of the inning, although there's a hard-throwing Texan on the mound right now, I guess, right?
From LaGrange. There's rumors spreading around.
In the Reds bullpen, Jose Arredondo.
Bailey. A couple of pitches over the century mark. Randy Wells in his 4 1/3 inning of work tonight through 91 pitches. Reds really made him work.
Bailey due up second in the bottom of the inning. So this is probably it for him with the pitch count now over 100. And here's his 2-2. Good late movement on the fastball. And if that is it, he finished strong tonight. 9 strikeouts.
Right now at Subway restaurants, you can get a super deal on a super meal with our $5 super combo. That's any regular 6-inch sandwich plus today's soup for only $5, but only for a limited time. Subway, eat fresh.
Forget overpaid athletes. The High Life is sponsoring real folks. Nick Thompson, we want to be the official beer you and your nostalgia game of catch.
All right, thanks. Come on, Dad. Ah!
Get sponsored at MillerHighLife.com. Tomorrow, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs are back at the friendly confines to battle Carlos Lee and the Astros. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Chevy Cubs pregame live. Don't miss Cubs Astros tomorrow at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Coming this fall to TBS, legends are born in October. Embrace the spirit of the MLB postseason as the best teams in baseball test the limit of their potential. The pressure increases. The excitement amplifies with heart-stopping plays. Look at that hustle. And achievements are magnified. Every game, one network. Exclusive coverage of the Division Series is only on TBS.
Why did I switch to US Cellular? Because my old wireless company made it hard to get the latest phones. So I switched. No more obstacles. I get new phone upgrades in as little as 10 months. Without signing a new contract, I win.
Switch to US Cellular and be with the happiest customers in wireless.
To learn more about the Belief Project, visit That Cellular Place, 515 Highway 1, South Washington, 503 Court Street, Williamsburg, or 19 Highway 1, Iowa City, just minutes away from the University of Iowa campus.
Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are taking a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Cubs players, including Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn more about this exclusive trip. Homer Bailey talking it over with Dusty Baker, and the handshake usually means, nice job, son.
Boy, as bad as he looked in that first inning, he looked tremendous from innings 2 through 6. Made a lot of mistakes in that first inning up in the zone, especially a lot of first pitch mistakes up in the zone.
And just 1 strikeout away from his career high of 10. He's fanned 9 tonight. Here's the 3rd appearance for Andrew Kashner since coming back from the DL. Leaving him 2/3, no hits, 2 strikeouts so far in those 2 outings. Now Bailey is on deck. That doesn't mean he's going to hit. And even if he does hit, that doesn't mean he's going to continue to pitch.
Could possibly be in that limbo area. If Giannis happens to reach, he might use Homer Bailey to bunt him up into scoring position and leave him into the ball game, or might use him to bunt him into scoring position and then take him out of the ball game. But I have to believe if he is done, he's not going to get an at bat here. Got a lot of players left on that bench.
1-2 on Giannis, who last Tuesday at Wrigley Field snapped an 0 for 28 with a bunt single in the 12th inning. Just 2 for his last 38. fill it up 3-2. Has 5 sack bunts. He doesn't look totally comfortable up there, does he?
No, he does not. His form is very good. Keeps the bat at the top of the strike zone. Doesn't drop the barrel of the bat down as he attempts the bunt. He drops the entire bat down, both hands coming down together. But still doesn't look real comfortable.
I think that has a lot to do with that guy. And then he swings away and strikes out. Phillips has flied to right, homered, doubled, and scored twice. Phillips signed through this season. Reds have an option on him for next year. Pretty hefty. $12 million. You've got a $1 million buyout. He's been a big part of the nucleus of this. Not only offense, but defense as well. Breaking ball strike. 1-2.
Well, that changes everything. Andrew Cashner's ability to get that slider close enough to the zone to get a called strike. He had thrown all fastballs up until that pitch. Watch out.
Giannis at first, 1 out. Reds lead 5-4 here in the 6th. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
odd sequence of pitches there. The slider for a called strike, the fastball up and in to push Phillips off the plate, and then comes right back with another hard slider down in the zone. Very defensive swing that time by the Reds second baseman. Texans hooking up here. Drew Stubbs went to the University of Texas. Andrew Kashner, TCU. I wonder if these guys faced each other in any of the youth leagues or high school. Anywhere on the ladder on the way to the major leagues.
Bird coming in, but he's not going to get there. Giannis on his way to third. The bloop single for Stubbs, his third hit of the night.
Jam shot floater that time. Fastball inside part of the plate, got down near the trademark and just died in right center field.
And 20 pitches, and I think that's what's going to get Andrew Kashner tonight. You also have Votto coming up, so the Honda called to the pen. It's like John Gobb is coming in.
Is it really necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On three, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Think about it. With everything you do, it's nice to have a vehicle that can keep up with you. It's the Chevy season of doing.
Here's some advice you can use. Put the Chevy Traverse on your to-do list. With seating for 8, when you need to get things done, it's the right thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Chevy Traverse. See your Chevy dealer today.
It's a Honda call to the pen. Rookie lefty John Gobb, and has been busy this series. Since his third appearance, he made his major league debut on Monday. Gave up 2 runs in an inning and a third. Last night got an out and a strikeout.
Basically a 3-pitch guy. Fastball, curveball, slider. Mentioned it last night. Occasionally his fastball will have some cutting action, but normally it's a 4-seamer in the low to mid 90s. Sneaky quick with that heater.
And the strikeout last night was of Joey Votto, who comes up.
I was privy to an interesting conversation between Joey Votto and a couple of other players down around the batting cage today, talking about how he uses video. A lot of hitters will check the videotape, see how they did against particular pitchers, but Joey said he watches what the catcher does. Because he says if a pitcher hits his spot and I get a base hit on him, I know he's going to change the next time because he executed his pitch and I was still able to get to it. If the catcher is set up outside, the pitch comes inside and I get a base hit on it, I'm less likely to go to the plate looking away the next at bat because I know the pitcher did not hit his spot. I love hitters that think that way.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was talking with him the other day about an at-bat last week at Wrigley Field against Carlos Marmol. He struck out swinging, and he was really upset. He slammed his bat down. And I said, why were you upset? Normally, you'd be upset if you took a called third strike. He said, I knew I was going to get a slider. I swung in the perfect spot for a Carlos Marmol slider. And he said it was a cement mixer. It was flat. It was a bad slider, but I swung where I thought the good slider would be. And I joked with him. I said, it's like my partner says, it was so bad it was good. He said, yep. Ooh, that one gets away, and it's going to cost the Cubs a run. A very wild pitch on John Gobb, and it's 6-4 as Giannis is in. That run will be charged to Andrew Kashner.
Just hung on to that one a little bit too long. Hit right at the edge of the infield grass and the dirt in front of the home plate area. Well, nothing Coy Hill could do on that one.
Have now scored in each of the last 4 innings. They trailed 4-0 in the first, but 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 3 in the fifth, and another here in the sixth. Two to Votto. Alonso on deck. Gobb ready. Another pitch in the dirt, and Votto went around. That's a strikeout. But that ball caught a part of the home plate umpire, Paul Emmel. But the inning is over. They get one. It's now 6-4.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game. We offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3, Jennifer.
Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
At Transamerica, we are the tomorrow makers. We're making tomorrows like clockwork. For all the different things our customers planned for. Like a college education. Or the perfect wedding.
I love you tomorrow.
We're making them a better financial future. What can we make with you? Transamerica. Transform tomorrow.
After the game, stick around for Coors Light Cubs post-game live. Cap and Holly break down the game and preview the Cubs' next matchup. Don't miss Coors Light Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. splitter specialist Jose Arredondo is on for the Reds. Homer Bailey went 6, gave up 4 runs, and leaves with a 6-4 lead.
You mentioned the splitter specialist. You get the feeling that in this ballpark, the Reds are looking for guys that have pitches that end up moving toward the ground, either a splitter, a hard sinker, maybe a hard slider with downward movement. Anything to try to keep the ball out of the air, because we've seen in this series what happens when you get the ball in the air.
You know, we've been talking about whether Johnny Cueto has a shot at the ERA title, and I referenced Cliff Lee, who was kind of in the mix. He's got a 4-hit shutout in the 8th tonight against Florida. No walks, 11 strikeouts. 1-0 Phillies. They won the opener of a split doubleheader 3-1. So Lee's ERA currently 2.35. And heading south.
And didn't Roy Halladay win 1-0
in Houston yesterday, and that clinched a playoff spot for the Phillies? Their magic number to clinch the division is currently 3, and might go down to 2.
You know, Charlie Manuel joked after the Phillies did score the run, there you go, big boy. That's all you need. And as it turned out, that's all Halladay needed yesterday.
Popped into right. Heisey will get it. You know, one thing that I don't think fans think about and probably don't care about, nor should they necessarily. I want to say it was Ozzie who was being a little critical of his team's effort, talking about finishing in 2nd place. And going into action today, the White Sox and Indians were tied 13.5 behind Detroit. But the point of Ozzie's rant was, you know, if you finish in 2nd place, there's actually 2nd place money, kind of like a playoff share. It's not a lot, but for coaches and minimum wage players and clubhouse staff, it's certainly not nothing. So that's something to think about over the final couple of weeks. We've got a race for 2nd in the Central over the AL, called strike 3, even though it doesn't mean anything in terms of the playoffs.
Well, we've been talking about it over the last month here, Lynn, about having tangible goals, something to actually shoot for at this time of year. Otherwise, you end up going through the motions, and it all becomes rather stale. You're just looking forward to the final game of the regular season so you can wash the taste out of your mouth and look forward to next year. But if you have a target, whether it be 2nd place or catching the team ahead of you in the standings, something that you can actually hopefully make progress toward, then it gives you something to play for at this time of year when you're out of the race.
Cleveland trailing at Texas 1-0 in the 5th, and the White Sox down 3-1 at Kansas City in the 6th. Mark Burley and Jeff Francis in a battle of lefties. Now the one battle for 2nd is a battle for the wild card, and that's the Red Sox and the Rays. Ramirez gets hit just above the left elbow. So he has now reached all 4 times. This was by far the most painful of his 4 plate appearances.
It looked like a cut in just above the elbow. Man, that would get you down on the bone. That's going to hurt, and hurt for a long time.
Dusty will go with a lefty. Bill Bray coming in. It's a Honda call to the pen, and we'll be back.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
Mark,
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Look down. It's high time to make our floor look better and feel softer. How about we start with the guaranteed low price on the carpet, the pad, and installation. Let's get peace of mind for a lifetime. It all adds up to better carpet at a better price and a great-looking room transformed. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get 12-month special financing on carpet purchases when you use your Home Depot credit card.
It's a Honda call to the pen. Sure, Bill Bray might have lost a little sleep last week when Wednesday night at Wrigley Field he gave up a game-winning 3-run homer to Carlos Pena, and he's going to face him again here. Pena representing the tying run.
74 games this season, ranks tied for 3rd in the National League in appearances. You can see only 44 2/3 innings pitched. He basically comes into the game to get that tough lefty in a tough situation.
Ramirez at first after a hit by pitch. 2 outs in the 7th. Cubs trailing by 2. So this will be his 8th plate appearance this season against Bill Bray. And he's 1 for 5 with a home run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts.
What do you call that, Lynn? 3 true outcomes?
Yeah. Homers, walks, and strikeouts.
And that's what Pena has tonight so far. A homer, a walk, and a strikeout.
It's a Rob Deere special.
Yep.
Popped it up. And it's Votto and foul ground to end the inning. Stretch time in Cincy. Reds 6, Cubs 4.
Every day, all around the world, energy is being produced to power our lives. While energy development comes with some risk, North America's natural gas producers are committed to safely and responsibly providing generations of cleaner burning energy for our country. Drilling thousands of feet below fresh water sources within self-contained well systems, and using state-of-the-art monitoring technologies, rigorous practices help ensure our operations are safe and clean for our communities and the environment. We're America's natural gas.
A little more, and whoa.
Yeah, nice.
Agents, what do we have here?
An Autoboat home. I've only heard about these.
And
we can save them hundreds by combining their Autoboat and home policies, all under Farmers.
Exactly.
Are these legal?
No.
We are insurance.
We are Farmers. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
To speak with a Farmers agent in your community, call 888-96-FARMERS.
Hi.
Hon, we still on for dinner?
Oh, I can't. You know I've got the bar exam.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, one more time. This bar means the Coors Light is cold, and this bar, the Coors Light is super cold? Congrats, you just passed the bar exam.
Introducing new Super Cold Activation from Coors Light. With 2 stages, you'll know when your beer goes from cold to super cold.
So you're a lawyer?
Huh? No. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Get total Cubs coverage online with CSNChicago.com. Powered by Feltco. For an inside look at the Cubs, visit CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
Hey fans, check out the new Cubs Kids Club presented by ComEd, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Help your favorite young Cubs fan earn his or her pinstripes as a member of the Cubs Kids Club, and they'll receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 baseball season. Visit Cubs.com to sign up today.
Here's some Cubs kids. Bears fan, Cubs fan here in Cincinnati. See, the Bears C is like the Reds C, the wishbone C.
Young man on the right's got it pretty well covered. Every logo on that hat. It looks like that uniform that Gaylord Perry had designed when he goes around to play in some of the old-timers games and make appearances. He's got a uniform that's kind of patchwork together of all the teams he played for.
Gobb probably just facing Alonso, the lefty. That's a baseball fan right there. He's keeping score here at the game. It's good to see. And ball 4, and here comes Mike Quaddy. Chris Heisey coming up, so he'll go with a right-hander, and it's Kerry Wood. A Honda call to the pen, 1 on, nobody out, 6-4 Cincinnati.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
Need an oil change? Don't worry. Call your CarX man. Cars or trucks, basic or deluxe.
We know the oil that's right for your car.
Now get 3 oil changes for one low price from $16.65. For everything in, on, or under your car, it's CarX.
Right now, you can feed 4 or more for only $20 at KFC. Get 10 pieces of your favorite chicken plus 3 large sides and 6 biscuits. It's the KFC 10-piece feast. Feeds 4 or more for only $20. Today tastes so good.
You know, Focus is one of 3 Ford cars that get at least 40 miles per gallon. No one else offers more. And we're relentlessly inventing technology to take you further, offering high fuel economy and responsive performance, both without compromise. Now, drive a fuel-efficient Ford Fusion with 0% financing for 60 months. Drive one at your local Ford store.
So Honda call to the pen, Kerry Wood against Chris Heisey. Mike Leake has been brought in as a pinch runner for Alonso at first. So while Leake is done pitching this season, still able to run and hit. Fastball strike.
Yeah, the splits would say you leave John Gobb in to face Chris Heisey. He's done much better against right-handers, both for average and for power.
Cutter high, 1-1. A blowout at the moment in Boston. 8-1 Rays. As they have a chance to get within 3 of the Red Sox in the wild card race. 8-1 in the 7th. Upton, Longoria, and Kochman have all homered for the Rays. Casey Kochman hitting .311 this year. Always known for his defense.
Yeah, he's been a guy throughout his career who was known as the defensive specialist at first base, but having a bang-up offensive year this year.
The homer tonight is 10th.
Showed you those splits for Chris Heisey, and I think had John Gobb been throwing the ball a little better tonight, maybe Mike Quade would have been tempted to leave the lefty in to face Chris Heisey. The issue is I think Heisey is susceptible to the changeup from left-handed pitchers, and John Gobb doesn't really throw a changeup.
Didn't go after the curve. And a full count, 3-2. Popped him up, and it's Pena in foul territory. 1 away.
The first 3 games of this series, Dusty has a little bit more of a balanced bench tonight. He's got Juan Francisco from the left side, Jay Bruce from the left side, 2 guys that we possibly would have seen pinch hit in this inning. Bruce for Heisey, who just popped out, and Francisco for Frazier, who's at the plate now.
And we're keeping one eye on the AA Southern League Finals. Cubs affiliate, the Tennessee Smokies, lost 6-3 at Mobile last night. It's a best of 5. And in game 2, it's a pitcher's duel. They're in the 7th. No score in game 2. Playing at Hank Aaron Stadium in Mobile.
Brooks Raley and Jeff Stevens have combined to give up 1 hit in that ball game.
Popped into shallow center, and it's Castro to take it.
Once again, good communication between the 2 Cubs middle infielders. Darwin Barney initially was after that pop-up as well, but when Starlin Castro called him off, he immediately retreated to the bag at second just in case they needed somebody there to cover the base. There you see Darwin peeling off, hustling back into the infield.
Ramon Hernandez will hit for Hannigan. He had the big 3-run homer in the 2nd off Casey Coleman last night. He added a double and went 1 for 3 with 2 runs. Tyler Colvin in right. Kerry Wood does his job. That gets us to the 8th. 6-4 Reds.
This is Jets Pizza, Sterling Heights, Michigan. In here, food is inspected, perfected, and occasionally rejected. With a customized mobile app developed with AT&T, Jets food inspectors can share data in real time. So what used to take 2 weeks now takes 2 hours. Faster feedback means better food and happy people. It's a network of possibilities, helping you do what you do even better. Call AT&T and see what we can do for your business.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power and Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker.
Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
Right now, you can feed 4 or more for only $20 at KFC. Get 10 pieces of your favorite chicken plus 3 large sides and 6 biscuits. It's the KFC 10-piece feast. Feeds 4 or more for only $20. Today tastes so good.
See Wrigley through the eyes of former Cubs players in our all-new VIP Living Legend Tour. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity gives you the chance to hear the stories from the players who lived them firsthand. Join legendary former Cubs player Steve Trout for the last Living Legend Tour this season on September 23rd at 10:30 in the morning. For more information or to purchase tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Chris Heisey moves from right to left with Alonso out, and now Jay Bruce is playing right with Hernandez catching, and Bill Bray still on with Brian LaHare leading off the Cubs 8. So LaHare, Bird, and Colvin. Cubs are running out of outs, trailing by 2. Called strike. Fastball caught the outside corner. LaHare singled and scored on the Bird homer in the first. He walked in the third. He struck out in the fifth. Well, they have 4 consecutive hits, including 2 homers in the first inning. Only 2 hits since. He's missed on 2 sliders, and he's hit the zone twice with fastballs.
Well, according to Paul Emmel anyway, on our Corona Extra pitch tracks, only one of those pitches hit the square, but the count is 2-2. Brian LaHare's really got a battle here against a tough lefty.
Slider outside. Seen Aroldis Chapman in this series. A hard throwing lefty. Got him on a fastball.
Visit the official online shop of the Chicago Cubs at Cubs.com. Browse the largest online selection of authentic team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop the Cubs.com shop.
Bray gets Bird here because Colvin's on deck. And Bird does not represent the tying run. Change up, just got a piece of it. 0-2. Marlin has been better against righties than lefties. That's the other part of the equation this season. Hitting .303 versus righties, .224 against lefties. That's not how his career has played out. Jay Bruce just into the game, and he makes the grab. In fact, he's been a career .282 hitter against righties and .282 against lefties.
Looks like Reed Johnson has come out into the on-deck circle to take the at-bat of Tyler Colvin. See if Dusty Baker counters with a right-hander.
I don't know if he will. It's still a 2-run game. But we'll see. Rough night for Colvin. He struck out all 3 times.
If this were a 1-run ball game, I think he probably would go to the right-hander. In which case, you got to think ahead a little bit. You don't want to burn one of your best pinch hitters. You know, in this situation, maybe you send a DJ LeMahieu to the plate. And then when Dusty does make the change to the right-handed pitcher, you counter with Blake DeWitt, which is a matchup I'm sure Mike Quade would much prefer, a left-handed hitting Blake DeWitt on a right-handed Reds reliever. But with the 2-run lead, Dusty's just going to let his lefty roll and try to get the last out of the inning. Something you can do with expanded rosters that you really don't have the opportunity to do a lot during the regular season. Just burn a player in order to get a matchup that you're looking for.
And Reed hitting .330 against lefties, but he's .313 against righties. He's kind of hit everybody. .320 overall. That's a strike. 2-1. Well, I think the other question is, if Johnson gets on, will Mike Quade hit for Coy Hill, representing the tying run? Three and two.
Well, let's get Reed on there and see. I think you almost have to. You got to send somebody up there that's got a chance to hit the ball out of the ballpark, tie the game up.
Heisey underneath, and Bill Bray 4 up 4 down. Bottom 8, 6-4 for the home team.
One Coors Light coming up. Here you go.
Thanks, Bob. Sweet setup. Yeah, ever since I got this Coors Light home draft, it's like having a bar at home. Thanks. What's your girlfriend gonna say? I got that covered.
You're not on the list.
Bob has a list?
And you're not on it.
The Coors Light Home Draft. CO2 pressurized for up to 30 days of fresh frost-brewed draft beer right from your fridge.
Big Darryl, give it up. How you doing, Sarah? Good to see you.
Come on, really?
Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Find deals on over 9,000 items during Menard's Fall Catalog Sale. All chamber door storm doors are on sale. The classic split view with retractable screen is $139. The Astra with brass hardware and overlapping frame to improve insulation is $199. 3006 Ultra Premium all-purpose sealant from White Lightning is an elastomeric sealant that accommodates joint movement. It's paintable and bonds to almost any surface. In a variety of colors, 10-ounce tubes are 99 cents each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
The Peninsula neighborhood where new friendships begin. A community thoughtfully built with uniquely styled homes, large front porches, neighborhood parks, and friendly tree-lined streets. The Peninsula neighborhood is surrounded by woods and green space with a network of trails and recreation, conveniently located near downtown Iowa City with buses every 30 minutes. Your home will become a destination itself. Welcome home to the Peninsula neighborhood.
Mark Shanowski here with this Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. A busy night here on Comcast Sportsnet. After the game, Cap and Holly are here for Coors Light Cubs postgame live. Then we'll join the White Sox and Royals in progress. After that, Sarah Kustok will join me for Sportsnet Central. And it's Pat Boyle, Lance Briggs, and Tom Thayer with Countdown to Kickoff. Now we send it back to Len and Bob at the Great American Ballpark.
Johnson stays in and plays right after batting for Colvin. Now the Cubs closer getting some work here in the 8th with his team trailing 6-4. The Cubs lost the first game of this road trip in New York. Then they won 3 in a row. Now they're in danger of losing 3 in a row to finish it off. Tomorrow morning, start your day with the Dan Patrick Show on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in as Dan talks sports with your favorite athletes, celebrities, and sports media personalities. Get your sports day started with the Dan Patrick Show tomorrow morning from 8 to 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Walked and scored in the 6th. He's 0 for 2 officially. Miguel Cairo is on deck. Slider grounded to third. And Ramirez will throw on to Pena for the out. That's only the second chance Ramirez has had all night. Bailey grounded out in the 3rd inning, but it's been a pretty quiet night at the hot corner.
Think about it, with Randy Wells starting this ball game, featuring that changeup, not overpowering with his fastball, you would assume that some of these righties in the Reds lineup would have pulled some balls down his direction, but pretty quiet night.
Slider in there, 1-1. Two. Down to left center. And a pinch hit single for Cairo. The Reds do a great job with their pinch hitters. They lead the National League in hitting, runs, RBIs, slugging, on base. Francisco Cordero getting set for potentially his 34th save if he can lock it down in the 9th. The Cubs will have due up Hill, a pinch hitter, and Castro. Probably back-to-back pinch hitters in the 9th. In the dirt, or low rather, to Phillips.
How about this, Lynn? Brandon Phillips has got 21 career at-bats against Carlos Marmol. 2 hits. It's an .095 batting average.
That's dug out and no play.
Just out of reach. Dusty was the closest to the ball. He wasn't going to help.
By the way, if Hill had caught that ball and then tumbled down into the Reds dugout, I believe Cairo would have been given second base.
Yeah.
That's one of those weird ones where you try to think of the weirdest possible ending to Game 7 of a World Series. Cairo takes off. Here's the throw by Hill, and it's late. Third steal in 7 attempts for Cairo.
Well, that one's all on Carlos Marmol there, pitching in the same rhythm every delivery here to Brandon Phillips. Coy Hill got rid of it quickly. Even a good throw was not going to get Cairo at second base.
A tie game, bottom of the ninth, Game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded, 1 out. Foul pop over near the dugout. Catcher catches it, tumbles over the railing into the dugout. Game over. World Series over.
What a nightmare. Unless you're the team scoring the run.
Right. Yeah, if you fall out of play, runners advance a base. That's where you need a teammate to grab you, make sure you don't fall in the dugout. And he walked him. Do not get out your rule book. I'm not asking you to do that, but I do wonder if you're near your own dugout. I mean, the guys in the dugout can't literally keep you out of the dugout by pushing you, right? You start to fall in.
I wouldn't think so.
I would not think so.
And I think that's probably covered in the addendum to the rule book. Looks like the Manhattan phone book.
That could get really confusing. Stubbs just turned away at the last second. Mark Riggins will come out.
Yeah, certainly not the pitch that Carlos Marmol and Coy Hill were hoping to throw to Drew Stubbs, but it may serve a purpose, pushing him off the plate with that first pitch fastball. Because we know Carlos wants to go right back to that slider, and if you at least plant a seed in that hitter's mind that you might come back in with a fastball again, he's less likely to reach out over the plate and get to the slider. Just tries to overthrow this fastball, spinning Stubbs out of that right-handed batter's box. And we know Marmol wants to throw that slider over the middle of the plate, breaking toward that outside corner.
They've gone to the ninth in Mobile. 0-0. Tennessee and Mobile. Game 2. Southern League Championship Series. That's at AA. The Phillies gave up 2 runs total in their doubleheader sweep over the Marlins. Tonight 2-1 in the nightcap on a Ryan Howard game-ending RBI double in the 10th. 3-2 on Stubbs. Cliff Lee didn't go the distance, but he went 9. Gave up 1 run. Struck out 12. Didn't walk anybody. You know what? He allowed a 2-out home run in the 9th to tie it. Called strike 3. Jose Lopez tied it. The Phillies won it in the 10th. First strikeout for Marmol. Got him on the slider.
You can see on our Corona extra pitch tracks, however, all 3 sliders that were called strikes in that at bat were on the inside part of the plate. Occasionally Marmol will try to throw that front door slider, but normally he wants to throw it on the outer third of the plate, breaking out of the zone, get those swinging strikes.
Fastball, strike 0-2.
Seven punch outs in 11 previous at bats for one of the best hitters in the game.
The same area, and again out of play. Deflected by Pena. Marmol's got to cover first. It'll go 3-4 to 1 to get Joey Votto. They leave a pair, and here comes the ninth. 6-4 Reds.
Visit Lowe's to pick up your instant win game card for a chance to win World Series tickets. Compliments of Scott's.
Hey, Nolan Ryan.
How you doing?
Good. You need some help on your lawn project?
It needs some big league help.
Scott's is the official lawn care company of Major League Baseball. And here at Lowe's, we can show you how to get winning results at home.
I played on a lot of great fields in my day, and I want that same big league look for my lawn.
Excuse me, can I have your autograph, please?
Sure. What's your name?
Actually, his autograph, if you don't mind.
Visit Lowe's to pick up your instant win game card for a chance to win World Series tickets. Compliments of Scott's.
Go easy on him. He's a legend.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
6-4, the Reds with the lead as we get into the ninth inning. Our producer tonight, Mark Brady. Our director is Bob Albrecht. Keon Dolit-Shahi is our associate producer. Great work by our entire crew here in Cincinnati. Senior executive producer of Cubs baseball and CSN is Jim Corno Jr. as veteran closer Francisco Cordero looks for save number 34. And he will face a couple of pinch hitters. Tony Campana getting a nice hand. You may be able to hear him in the background. He's got a lot of family and friends here. Hometown not far from Cincy.
His fans and friends and family have been very patient. He got a defensive appearance in the 8th inning of game 1 of this series and has been invisible until this at bat.
He is from Springboro, Ohio, about 35 miles north of Cincinnati. And he takes a strike. He's batting for Coy Hill. DeWitt will hit in the pitcher's spot next. Cordero's 0-1. Now 0-2. Outside. Cordero still throws hard. That pitch at 93.
This would be big if Tony Campana could find a way to reach base here in the top of the 9th inning. We know how disruptive he can be, both to the pitcher, the catcher, the infield defense when he gets on base.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, I'm going to ask Mike Quaddy if he considered DeWitt maybe leading off and Campana batting second. Tony's a kind of a prototypical leadoff man. However, he would not represent the tying run. So would you rather have him lead off or bring that speed to the potential tying run?
Well, yeah, you'd like to get Tony on base and have Blake DeWitt hit a 2-run homer. I think maybe that's the way he's thinking.
Sure.
Just get on that bag somehow.
3-2. He's battling.
If Tony Campana can just find a way to be as disruptive in the batter's box as he is when he gets on base, Cubs would really have something. Find a way to get on base a little more consistently.
And we should point out, if he does get on, being disruptive is one thing, but he can't be reckless. Because he doesn't represent the tying run, I think his job's to help the batter as much as anything. And he'll get another chance. Line in the left center. So the tying run will come up, and it'll be Alfonso Soriano, not Blake DeWitt.
Oh, what a nice at bat that time by Tony Campana. Battled and fouled off some tough pitches, laid off a few out of the zone, ultimately got a ball in the middle of the plate. Nice quick swing. You could see how shallow the Reds infielders were playing, respecting Tony's speed. And that allowed it to get over the head of Paul Janisch into left field for a base hit.
I don't know if he's capable of not being aggressive. has a base stealer's lead. And Cordero, I'm sure, is not really worried about him. As Soriano swings and misses at a slider. Votto is holding him on.
Very little chance Alfonso Soriano is going to hit a ball to the right side of the infield, so pretty safe bet for Joey Votto to hold on Campana over there at first base.
And he takes off. Fair into the left field corner. Campana will score easily, and now the tying run is at second base, 6-5. Pinch hit RBI double. Remember, Soriano came off the bench the other night late, knocked in a couple with a double. That was in New York.
Ball jerked right down the stripe into left field as Campana was on the move. He's nearly all the way to second base by that time the ball gets out into left field with his speed. That's an easy run right there.
Now if Mike Quaddy could just maybe sneak Tony out of that uniform in another one and have him pinch run.
You do have DJ LeMahieu available to possibly pinch run on that bench over there.
The pitch to Starlin Castro is fouled off. In the dirt, 1-1. Tying run at second base, nobody out. Leadoff single by the pinch hitter Campana, and he scored easily on the double by Soriano.
A good take that time. Little cut fastball just off of the outside corner, looked like a strike until it got close to the hitting zone and then just slid off the plate. Good eye that time by Castro.
Fly ball to center. Stubbs will backpedal and make the catch. Soriano will tag, and he's at third for Darwin Barney.
Man, too bad he hit it right at Drew Stubbs in center field. That ball was smoked.
The Reds bring their infielders all in right at the edge of the grass. Barney is 0 for 4. Hit the ball hard his first 2 times and struck out twice. Barney's 0 for 2 against Cordero. High chopper over Phillips. Of course, he was drawn in, and Barney ties it up with a single. 6-6. Perfectly placed. A 2-run ninth.
Use that plate. Darwin Barney pounded that fastball right down off of home plate. It acted like a trampoline, that high bouncer over the drawn-in infield to tie it up.
Now Ramirez And Cordero will keep an eye on the runner at first. Barney represents the go-ahead run. So that gets Randy Wells off the hook. His winning streak remains intact. He gets a no decision. Cordero has now blown 6 saves this season. Sean Marshall will get the bottom of the 9th. We've already seen Carlos Marmol. He pitched the 8th. Ground ball. This should be 2. 6 to 4 to 3. So Cordero gets out of it, but not before the Cubs get a deuce. 6-6 to the bottom of the 9th.
Good news, men use soap. Bad news, men use soap that can really dry their skin. Fear not, Dove Men Plus Care is here. It's the bar with 1/4 moisturizing cream, so it cleans and leaves skin feeling moisturized. Dove Men Plus Care.
It's one thing to offer a fuel-efficient car. It's another thing to offer a fuel-efficient fleet. Presenting the 40-mile-per-gallon Hyundai Sonata Hybrid, the 40-mile-per-gallon Hyundai Elantra, and the all-new 40-mile-per-gallon Hyundai Accent. After all, you just can't have too much of a good thing. Get a special $179 lease or 1.9% APR on the 40-mile-per-gallon Elantra. Visit myhyundaichicago.com today.
No matter what goes down, Axe will fix you up.
Sean Marshall will work here in the bottom of the 9th. As Tony Campana, who started that rally with a leadoff single, is playing left. Giovanni Soto's catching. And the home plate umpire Paul Emmels trying to sort out where they're all going to hit in the lineup. Look at straight up, actually. So Soto goes where LaHare was. The 5th spot. Now, wait a minute. I'm not sure what. Okay, LaHare's still in. Now Campana was in. What happened? He come out? Okay. Well, we had 3 left fielders at one point.
I think that's illegal, but nice try.
Yeah, so LaHare's still in. Okay, so I got it. Soto goes in where the catcher spot was. That's Coy Hill. Campana hit for him. Soto goes there. And Marshall goes in the 9th spot.
Okay.
Cubs had 3 left fielders there for about 20 seconds.
It's a pretty good approach if you got a lot of right-handed pull hitters in the lineup.
So underway. It's Jay Bruce with his first at bat. He came into play right in the 8th. Lefty against lefty. That's a strike. Marshall's the 7th Cub hurler to work tonight. Called strike 3 on a breaker.
Not much a lefty could do on that pitch. That ball started behind Jay Bruce. Ended up breaking down just inside of the corner for strike 3.
Chris Heisey flails at strike 1. Heisey is homered and knocked in a run with a single. That single in the 5th gave the Reds the lead. They would add on in the 6th, but the Cubs have tied it here in the 9th. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Man, Sean Marshall feeling that curveball tonight. Bruce on a big sweeper that caught the inside corner and just drops a hammer on Chris Heisey for strike 3.
Ramon Hernandez on deck. Two and two. Marshall missing bats here in the 9th. Trying to get us to extras.
Got to go with that curveball again, you would think. Looks like a fastball away.
Ground ball, base hit to keep the inning alive.
Spin grounder gets through that infield in a hurry. Castro was shaded over in the hole a little bit because Sean Marshall had been throwing a lot of breaking pitches. Right-handed hitter more likely to pull that ball in the hole between 3rd and short, but the fastball away ends up being a grounder right back up the middle.
Hernandez hits .327 against lefties, but he hasn't homered yet. All 12 of his homers have been off righties. He's been deadly in this ballpark. .366, hitting just .221 on the road. See those splits, a higher average, not the home run power against lefties. 2 strikes on Hernandez. Curveball. And he strikes out 3 in the 9th. That'll get us to the 10th. Cubs 6, Reds 6.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Oh my gosh. Tim.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power and Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker. Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
The home side is something going now.
Some watch simply for the love of the game.
The big guy.
Others seek out the best players or the biggest matchups and wait for the unpredictable outcome. But for most fans, it's about experiencing every magic moment live. As it happens, one history-making play at a time. Switch to Xfinity and get TV, phone, and internet for just $99 a month for 12 months, plus an HD DVR free for 3 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Back here in the 10th inning, a 6-6 tie as the Cubs try to earn a split in this 4-game series. Sean Marshall, an excellent 9th. He did give up a 2-out hit, but struck out the side. And the Cubs will have Pena, LaHare, and Bird due up against fireballing lefty Aroldis Chapman.
22 hits in 44 innings pitched this year to go along with 65 strikeouts. He will lose the zone from time to time, as the 37 walks would indicate, but rarely gets hit hard.
Only 23 years old, 6'4", 195. And a reminder, extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. You see the crowd has thinned out, but the largest audience of this series, 23,792. It's Pena who homered in the first inning. Later walked, struck out, and fouled out. High for ball 1. Chapman with 65 strikeouts in 44 innings. This is his first appearance in 5 days.
Fastball maybe at the very top of the zone on our Corona extra pitch tracks. Looked like it might have just nipped the top edge of the zone. Well, you just don't have a lot of time to react.
This is not even as hard as he can throw. He can hit triple digits. Faced 2 batters in his last outing. On Saturday at Colorado, walked both, and was charged with 2 runs. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a nasty slide piece. At 89 miles an hour.
Harder than a lot of guys' fastballs. Oof, man. There, Brian LaHair stepping into that left-handed batter's box for the Cubs. One previous at bat for Brian LaHair, as you get a look at the Aroldis Chapman delivery. We talked about Dontrell Willis, how they tightened up his delivery. They're trying to do the same thing for Aroldis Chapman. A lot of moving parts out there. Started to say that Brian LaHair had one previous plate appearance against Chapman and pulled a bullet down the right field line at Wrigley Field for a double.
That was on the first pitch. Two and 0. I think Brian LaHair knows how John Kruk felt facing Randy Johnson in the All-Star game, right?
Yeah. Oh. Paul Emmel too. Watch Paul Emmel, the home plate umpire, duck out of the way of that fastball at the last instant.
Really nowhere near the plate in that at bat. Now Marlon Byrd. Seems like a long time ago, but Marlon Byrd homered in the first inning off Homer Bailey. Almost have to wait till you get a strike here, don't you?
I think so. For a guy that has a history and a reputation of losing the strike zone and walking guys, just lost Brian LaHair, now falls behind Marlon Byrd. I think you take till you get a strike.
Well, he has not been close.
A little frustration there. Caught the throwback from Ramon Hernandez with his bare hand.
Three balls, no strikes. 7 straight bad ones. Back-to-back walks. Reed Johnson coming up. Brian Price will head out to the mound. Well, he looks like he has completely lost it in terms of the strike zone. DJ LeMahieu will run for Brian LaHair out at second base. That's Nick Massett. So LeMahieu at second, Bird at first, and Reed Johnson at the plate.
I'll tell you, Chapman is very near balking.
Yeah, not stopping at all.
Not really stopping, just kind of gliding into his delivery. And when he does stop, he's got a little movement with his glove and his hands. Almost a false start there with the glove. And this time, a much better stop.
One big question here in Cincinnati is, will he be stretched out as a starter next year? I think until he gets his mechanics sorted out, that's going to be difficult to do. Although his pitching coach is certainly intrigued. One and two.
Corona extra pitch tracks. That's tough. Man, the guy's been struggling to find the zone, walk back-to-back hitters all over the place, and then you give him the benefit of the doubt on two pitches that weren't even in the zone.
Runners go on this pitch, and Johnson hits it in the air, and they better hurry and get back. As LeMahieu did retouch second. Stubbs makes a catch. Not sure if Bird got all the way to second or not.
No.
LeMahieu had rounded third.
Yeah, but he did retouch on the way back. As you said, I watched him, and I immediately picked up Marlon Bird, and he wasn't quite all the way to second base. Man, too bad. With two strikes, Reed Johnson doesn't have the luxury of taking a pitch that's close to the strike zone to allow those guys to steal themselves into scoring position.
Strike on Giovanni Soto. This is his first at bat. Came into catch in the bottom of the ninth. Oh, 0-2. Stubbs going back, and he makes a catch. Well hit by Soto, but 4-0. So Chapman works around his own control issues and keeps the Cubs off the board in the 10th.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Big guy, you know, you look a little tired. Why don't you come sit down over here? Yeah, come on. That's right, sit down.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
GMC Truck Month. For all those times when it's just you and your trailer. For all those times when the job demands that you stay connected. For those times when nothing comes between you and the game, we offer our best Sierra ever. During GMC Truck Month, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Sierra, plus 1 year of SiriusXM satellite radio, including every NFL game.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
That should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Trying to to sort it out here defensively. Blake DeWitt came out to play left, but he's not going to play left. It's going to be Baker in right. Johnson will move to left. How many left fielders have the Cubs had tonight? Sean Marshall is going to stay in and pitch the bottom of the 10th.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I didn't see Reed Johnson. He's over there talking to the third base umpire, Gary Darling. Last inning we tried to have 3. In this inning we were going to try to start the inning without a left fielder. It looks like it's finally sorted out. Jeff Baker will take over in right field. Reed will move to left.
And Edgar Renteria, who's red hot, will come off the bench and bat for Giannis. Renteria 5 for 8 in the series with a double and 2 RBIs. He's hit in 7 of his last 8 games at a .483 clip and takes ball 1 outside. Really has cooled off here in Cincy. We started at 61 degrees about 4 hours ago, and I bet you it's about 55 or less at this point. It'll be a cool afternoon at Wrigley Field tomorrow, and we'll have it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. 1:20 for the first pitch. Pregame live at 12:30. Astros and Cubs. Three and 1. Dave Suppelt on deck for Chapman. Ramos right on that line, playing no doubles, but Renteria walks. So the winning run is on base. Bob, going back to your days as a manager with expanded rosters and an extra innings, there would be, I guess, in some ways, no excuse for running out of position players with an expanded roster. However, as a manager, do you have to kind of watch yourself sometimes that you don't use too many guys?
Well, it's a very easy thing to do.
Sure.
When you feel like you've got plenty of reserve players, but yet you start pinch hitting and pinch running and making double switches as you go to the bullpen, and before you know it, if you look up and you're in an extra inning game and you look at your lineup card and go, wait a minute. Right now the Cubs only have Blake DeWitt available off the bench. And for Dusty Baker, with Suppelt taking this at bat, he's only got a backup catcher, Devin Mesoraco, and Juan Francisco, a third baseman. Now, Dusty is in much better shape as far as the bullpen goes. They started with more relief pitchers than the Cubs did in this ball game, but Russell, Graybo, and Ortiz, the only 3 relief pitchers available right now for the Cubs, while the Reds have 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more relief pitchers available.
That's it?
That's all.
That's more than your usual bullpen for the entire year. There's the bunt by Suppelt, and it works. 1-4 to get the out. So they'll have a couple of cracks at it here at the top of the order. And the other guy Dusty Baker could use at some point is Dontrell Willis.
Right.
Who can really swing the bat.
And Mike Waddy has Casey Coleman available to either pinch run or pinch hit if necessary. I mean, really, everybody's on hand in a game like this. Well, once again, getting back to inning management. management. This is a key at bat in the inning for me. You got to really pitch Brandon Phillips carefully here. If you walk him, you walk him. You've got a strikeout candidate in the on-deck circle, and Sean Marshall has shown the ability to handle Joey Votto. Be very careful with Brandon Phillips.
Breaking ball strike. On the ground, foul, about 2 feet foul. We got caught up in our game here in extras. Rays did beat Boston 9-2. They're just 3 back in the wild card race behind the Red Sox. White Sox lost again 7-2 at Kansas City. 5 consecutive losses for the Sox. Cleveland trailing 7-2 at Texas in the top of the 9th. Here it's 6-6 in the 10th. Popped out of the glove of Soto, but he barehands it, and Renteria has to stay.
Good recovery, because Renteria had a nice secondary lead out there at second base and was looking to advance if that ball got on the ground, but Gio able to grab it with the bare hand and freeze Renteria at second base. Well, and in the big game, Tennessee and Mobile still tied, no score, bottom of the 11th. Wow.
Phillips held. It's Rob Drake at first. Marshall's 2-2. A roller backhanded by Ramirez, and 2 down. Stubbs 3 singles and 2 strikeouts.
The runner in scoring position. Ramirez playing off the line now down there at third base with nobody on. You will hope to prevent a double, but once you get a runner in scoring position, a lot more balls are hit to the third baseman's left than his right. So Ramirez back to a normal defensive position at third base.
A cycle tonight in Colorado. Pablo Sandoval, 10 total bases. Giants lead 7-2 in the 7th. Previously, the last Giant to hit for the cycle was Fred Lewis at Colorado. There's a 2-0 to Stubbs. Right field, Jeff Baker just into the game in the corner, and he makes the grab, and that'll get us to the 11th. Reds strand a man in scoring position, 6-6.
Is it really
necessary to brew Coors Light down as low as 34 degrees? Does it really matter if every beer is filtered cold, aged cold, and packaged cold? Do the mountains really need to turn blue when your beer's as cold as the Rockies? Is Rocky Mountain cold refreshment really that important? You be the judge. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Okay, kids, our cable will let us record one more show. Who should get it?
I really love Jennifer.
Yeah, she's great. Yeah. Kyle's got that thick head of hair.
And that should be rewarded.
Okay, moment of truth. On 3, say which kid you love the most.
Ooh, fun, yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Jennifer. Whoa.
Ah, she's so pretty.
Yeah.
Or we give it to Kyle. It's really all he's got.
Switch to AT&T U-verse and record 4 shows all at the same time. Just $29 a month for 6 months. AT&T.
Think about it. With everything you do, it's nice to have a vehicle that can keep up with you. It's the Chevy season of doing.
Here's some advice you can use. Put the Chevy Traverse on your to-do list. With seating for 8, when you need to get things done, it's the right thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Chevy Traverse. See your Chevy dealer today.
Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Feed your wild side.
Right-hander Nick Massett will pitch for the Reds. We're in the 11th, 6-6.
Face the last remaining position player available to the Cubs, Blake DeWitt, leading off the inning, pitch hitting for Sean Marshall.
So if we look at the Cubs' 9th spot, Wells, Samardzija, Montañez, Cashner, Gobb, Wood, Marmol, Soriano, Marshall, and DeWitt. To Hopper, Votto underhands. It goes 3-1. Lefty James Russell will be the 8th Cubs pitcher in the bottom of this inning. It's a final now in Texas, 7-4 Rangers over the Indians. Alexi Ogando beat Fausto Carmona. Josh Hamilton homered again, his 22nd. Adrian Beltre hit his 25th. Uh-oh, Detroit's down 4-0 in Oakland in the 3rd. Tigers have won 12 in a row going into that one tonight. Tough loss for Tennessee. Mobile got a run in the bottom of the 11th to win it 1-0. So the Smokies are down 2-0 in that best of 5. They'll need to win 3 in a row as Castro walks. Ollie Linton with a game-ending RBI single to score Ryan Wheeler for Mobile. And it was off Rafael Dolis. Throw to second for one. Relay in time. 1-6-3 to end the inning. We go to the last of the 11th. Cubs 6, Reds 6.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Look down. It's high time to make our floor look better and feel softer. How about we start with the guaranteed low price on the carpet, the pad, and installation. Let's get peace of mind for a lifetime. It all adds up to better carpet at a better price and a great looking room transformed. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get 12-month special financing on carpet purchases when you use your Home Depot credit card.
Blake DeWitt stays into play second. Barney hit into that double play. He made the final out, so that's where James Russell will go in the Cubs order.
Yeah, you're almost forced to do that, Lyndon. Try to get multiple innings out of James Russell if necessary. You make that double switch and stay as far away from where Russell is hitting in the lineup as possible.
You know, the Brewers are in town. They play tomorrow night. Is that John Axford? Incognito?
It's a little bit like Sam LeCure, the Reds right-handed reliever, too.
Russell versus Votto here in the bottom of the 11th. How's your scorecard looking?
I'm running out of room. I got one more inning after the 11th. That's all right. I'll start another one.
Called strike on a slider. Inside, it's 2-1. Well, this is tough. You don't want to give Votto a cookie, but you don't want to walk the leadoff man either. Marshall did that in the 10th, but was able to eventually escape. 3-2.
Good pitch. She said you don't want to give in and just lay something over the heart of the plate, so James Russell comes in with a 3-1 breaking ball. Right there.
Left center for Votto, and it's going to one-hop the barrier, and he's going to stand at second. He clubs one to the alley in left center, and the winning run in scoring position with no outs.
James Russell comes back with another breaking ball, this time right in the middle of the plate. Had to challenge him with something there. Definitely didn't want to walk Joey Votto, but when you throw him pitches in the strike zone, this is what he does. Finds a gap in left center field.
Well, not a bunting situation because it's Jay Bruce. And the Reds win it on a 2-run homer by Jay Bruce. A line shot home run into the Cubs bullpen, and they win it in 11, 8-6. He had bunted. But that was never a consideration.
Not at all.
And he's our GMC player of the game, Jay Bruce, with the game-ending home run.
Well, this is what this Reds team has done pretty much all season. The games they've won, they've done it with their bats. Tonight, no exception. Votto with the double to the gap in left center on a 3-2 pitch, and then Jay Bruce picking on the first delivery he saw from James Russell into the Cubs bullpen in right field for the game winner.
And I would add, Bob, it's also why this offense is so dangerous. You bring a lefty in, and look at what they do. Votto and Bruce, a couple of extra base hits. So the Reds win the season series 11-7. The Cubs will head home. Early game tomorrow here on CSN. Final score once again in 11. The Reds 8 and the Cubs 6. We're with you tomorrow, 12:30 for pregame live. Bob and I hit the air at 1. Astros and Cubs from the friendly confines. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire crew, this is Len Casper inviting you to stay tuned. Coors Light post-game live is next.
Find deals on over 9,000 items during Menards Fall Catalog Sale. All chamber door storm doors are on sale. The classic split view with retractable screen is $139. The Astra with brass hardware and overlapping frame to improve insulation is $199. 3006 Ultra Premium all-purpose sealant from White Lightning is an elastomeric sealant that accommodates joint movement. It's paintable and bonds to almost any surface. In a variety of colors, 10-ounce tubes are 99 cents each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you curious about new ideas? Do you want to learn a new language? Or just a new word? Maybe you want to know more about anatomy or astronomy. You could master something new or uncover a hidden talent. There's never been a better time to learn.
To equip the Lexus ES with standard features more like the Mercedes C300, you'd have to take out the 6-disc CD changer and leather-trimmed seats. With the BMW 328i, you'd also lose the power moonroof and 17-inch alloy wheels. And some others in its class? Forget wood detailing or sound-dampening windshields, to name a couple. But why would you want to do that? The Lexus ES. Standard is nothing short of extraordinary. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
We're good at tailgating, but to be great, well, you need a little coaching.
That's where I come in. Coach, are we running super cold activation today? Always, Gary. Only Coors Light tells you when your beer goes from cold to super cold. Frost brewed on 3. 1, 2, 3. Frost brewed. Ice down those Coors Lights, baby. Ice.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Nice crossing pattern, Randy.
We're tailgating at the next level.
Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
A little help, guys.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Official partner of the Chicago Cubs. This is Coors Light Cubs Postgame Live.
Hello, welcome to Coors Light Postgame Live. Cubs fall in extra frames. The Reds winning on a walk-off jack from Jay Bruce, 8-6, the final. Good evening alongside Todd Hollinsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Cubs battle. They come back in the ninth, but in the end, long ball does him in.
Yeah, long ball does him in. You know Joey Votto was going to be a big factor at some point in this series. You really saw it tonight. He's been getting on base, getting the walks, getting the inning started there, and put together a nice at-bat. Ends up hitting the double off James Russell, who's been doing a fantastic job against lefties. But again, he gets bitten by both of them, he and Jay Bruce both.
Right, time for our Sports Authority play of the game. And there's only one way to go with this one. Because it's after a double, Jay Bruce to the plate, and he takes the lefty way out of the ballpark.
Well, it's virtually the same pitch that Joey Votto hit going the other way. Obviously, it was a 3-2 pitch, but Jay Bruce looking to be a game changer right there. That's kind of what you do. I spent a large portion of my career doing this. You get that moment, you try to do it, and it's exactly it. You look for something over the plate early in the at-bat. He got it right there, a curveball that wasn't doing much. He whacked it into the right field bullpen.
All right, our Felco coming home moment. The Cubs tying it up in the ninth inning with Francisco Cordero on the hill, their ace closer. And little Tony Campana comes up with a leadoff single. Alfonso Soriano delivers as well. So the Cubs are in business. It's now 6-5. They eventually would get Sori over to third and get him home to get this game tied.
Well, that was a real nice inning for them, that ninth inning. You look at how the rest of the ball game really played itself out. Tony Campana had a fantastic at-bat right there, fouling off pitch after pitch after pitch. Soriano, both guys come off the bench, get big hits for you. The Cubs didn't have a hit. You go all the way back to the third inning. That's the last hit that they had. You think what a great, fantastic first inning that they had tonight, scoring the 4 runs, getting the 2 home runs. But nothing in between. Missed opportunities, load the bases, nobody out, score no runs in that situation right there. Reds kind of creep back into this ball game, and you felt like they took it over until that ninth inning. But good at-bats by the pinch hitters right there. Great at-bat by Starlin Castro right there. Productive out. I talk about it all the time. Starlin Castro had a productive out, getting Alfonso Soriano into scoring position.
All right, after the break, we'll tell you who's mashing the ball around the majors, and we'll preview tomorrow's series opener with the Astros. That's next. Coors Light, Cubs Postgame Live continues.
Xfinity TV from Comcast gives you access to 10,000 on-demand titles and the best HD picture quality. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Cubs Postgame Live is brought to you in part by Delta. Keep climbing.
An airline's job is to take you from where you are to where you need to be. And we're not just talking about points on a map. With a more intuitive Delta website and mobile app and the most Wi-Fi equipped planes, we let you be everywhere at once. Innovations like these are extending our reach so that you can extend yours. And now, even at 30,000 feet, you can still touch the ground.
You think you colder than me? Turn on the radio, me. Turn on the TV, me. Turn on the movies, me.